Are you ready to turn it up?
Alright, parents, go ahead and tuck the kids in. PG time is over.
You're in the mix.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Everything Paranormal Podcast Show 2021. I am your host, Para Mike. This is episode 20. Holy crap. We are rolling along as much as possible. If you heard that bang, Paralore just dropped something, which is okay. She wanted me to kick it off, so that's what I'm doing. But she is in the deep dark dungeon of the paranormal news world and everything else. I don't know if I should say the still mood of fuck it all, or are you out of that is the question. But we'll find out a little bit later on. She still has some stories to finish up. I don't know how many are left. Oh, hold on. Well, while she's counting, we also have some more urban legends to bring to you as well, which should be fun. Try to finish those up, and then I can work on some other things that I can find, which is awesome. But we're rolling along. A lot of thanks to our Facebook followers of our podcast show, which is awesome. More people keep joining each and every time I turn around and I look at the numbers, which, let's see if I can get to it so I can let you know how many wonderful people we have on our Facebook page that is following and listening. So far, our YouTube channel's not doing too bad, but I'd like to see more people join over there as much as possible. Let's see, we have 271 people following our Facebook page. Thank you very much. And 267 people like it, which is pretty awesome. But still no phone calls of paranormal news and stories and people that want to share their paranormal stories to our number at 724-856-0031. That is our dark line free number and everything. Please keep checking out everythingparanormal.gear.host/ep.html, and please go to our YouTube page as well and sign up. It's free. Become a subscriber to it. So this way here, if you don't want to keep checking back on Facebook and everything for our uploads, you can always subscribe to our YouTube channel and it will notify you that a new episode has been posted. So far there is, I think, 19 total?
Huh?
Yes, 19 total. Sorry, my brain decided to go for a few seconds there.
You just wrote it down too.
Yeah, I know. So, if you can't find the page, which is normally normal for a lot of people, just type up in the search bar on YouTube EPPS2021 and it will bring you to the page. I've tested it, I've tried it, and it works, which is great. It will bring you right to a page where you could just pop in, hit the subscribe button, and you can check out all 19 of our episodes for our podcast show. It looks like you just was about to say something.
Did you put up the YouTube link for Facebook yet?
Not yet. I can do that right now.
All right.
While you were doing
and I got
your stories.
19 stories to go.
Okay, so I can do that while you're reading your stories.
I said for you to kick off because I'm making a cigarette.
I know. But I'm just saying I can do that when you get ready to do your stories.
Yeah.
So we're going to hit urban legends, and the topic is Flipbook, which was back in December of 2011. And it's a pretty good drawing of a stick figure. I like it. It goes, as a kid, I loved making flipbooks. If anybody of you remember flipbooks, please in our YouTube page or Facebook page, leave a comment down below if you remember creating flipbooks as a kid. I never did, so. But I know what they are.
Flipbooks are basically
cartoonish style things for like a story. Well, that I know.
They're actually pop-up books, pop-up picture books.
No, they don't pop up. It's just a flip book where you take a book, like a book, and you just flip it really fast, and you can see like the characters moving. That's what a flip book is. I know, I'm old enough to remember that. They were all I did in art class. Whenever I had the chance, I worked really hard on one particular flip book that was around 50 pages long. Holy crap. I never even did that during art class.
That's not that long. For 50 pages, that's not that long.
For a kid, it is.
A novel is like over 300 or more.
Yeah, but this is a kid.
Yeah.
That's a lot of talent and time consuming to make a 50-page flip book. I guess it had a simple stick figure that would walk onto the page, wave at me, and just simply walk off. I looked at it dozens of times on the day that I made it, but eventually I got bored. Time to switch. I mean, once it was finished, okay, somebody forgot to put an I in here, it just goes T, just wasn't something it can keep someone entertained for long.
Twasn't.
No, it's just a T. They forgot to put the kid forgot to put the I or something.
Just
Or whoever wrote the story. I think it was supposed to say finished, comma, it just wasn't something that can keep someone entertained for long. So,
Yeah, just like I keep saying, ad-lib it. If it's spelled wrong, ad-lib it.
no, it's just the person that wrote this forgot to put the I for it. He just hit T and then continued. That's funny.
Basic grammar, people.
Yeah. Grammarly.com. Download it for your PC. If you screw up while you're typing, it helps. It's free. I tossed it under my bed and never gave it a second thought. A few months later, I was cleaning up my room and swept the stack of paper out from under the corner of my bed. I couldn't quite remember what it was. Are you having amnesia? Or a big-ass brain fart? A few months later, I was cleaning up my room. I flipped through it once more as I was flipping. I noticed that the pages hadn't worn out at all. Must be some really good paper. I flipped through it again. The little stick man walked onto the page, but this time he didn't walk off. Dun dun dun! The little stick man walked onto the page and didn't walk off. Instead, a second stick man walked on with something in his hand.
He multiplied.
Holy crap. He walked up to the first stick man and whacked the poor fellow in the head. The first stick man fell and the second stick man swung to hit the first stick man again and again and again. I guess that's how the saying goes. Batter up! Blood ran from the first stick man's jagged body. Okay. It looked like nothing more than a smeared pencil stain. The killer stick man proceeded to bend down and tear apart the first stick man's body, limb by thin limb. He bent each line into letters and set them up upon the page to form a single word. Then grabbed the base of his own round head and tore it off. Rip! followed by his legs, and then one of his own arms. His zigzagged body parts formed a second word. What I read made me burn the book. You're next. And that comes from Tyler, Texas.
Sounds like something. R.L. Stein would have wrote.
That or oh damn, what's that bitch's name? J.K. Rowling's. That's her name.
Yeah.
Brain fart. Sorry. Okay, let's. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. My computer's acting stupid. Science fair experiment is the next one. Those usually can go perfectly in a lot of ways, and in other ways, it's catastrophic. I know. I've been burnt by science experiments at fairs. And it wasn't even in mine. This was also December 2011. A freshman at Eagle Rock Junior High won first prize at the Greater Idaho Falls Science Fair on January 26th. In his project, he urged people to sign a petition demanding strict control or total elimination of the chemical dihydrogen monoxide. And for plenty of good reasons, since it can. And here is the 7 things that is wrong with this garbage. Number 1, cause extensive sweating and vomiting.
Yeah.
Number 2, it is a major component in acid rain.
And acid reflux.
Acid rain. Well, we know planet Earth does not have acid rain, so he must be thinking of another planet somewhere that has acid rain. If it's in this galaxy or some other universe, I don't know. Number 3, it can cause severe burns in its gastric state. Oh, my asshole! Number 4, accidentally inhalation can kill you. Ooh. It's a new type of drug. Number 5, it contributes to erosion. A new way to make rust faster. Number 6, it decreases effectiveness of automobile brakes. Shouldn't that be dissolves automobile brakes would be a lot better? Shit, I can't stop! Ah, damn, I hit a tree. Number 7, and the last one. It has been found in tumors. Great. Of terminal cancer patients. Oh, wonderful.
Well, you're not.
I don't have the
One,
tumor
you're
anymore.
in stage 4 still, but still in remission.
Yeah. But
and
great.
you don't have tumors.
Well, I did back in 2016, but this is shocking to me that it's been found in tumors of terminal cancer patients.
You may need to talk to Dr. Fuhrer about having MRIs done on every part of your body, not just your head.
I may also have to talk to my cancer doctor here in town as well about that. Which unfortunately I don't see him until March. He asked 150 people if they supported a ban of the chemical. 143 said yes.
With chemical romance?
No, about banning this chemical.
Oh, yeah.
140 143 said yes. 6 were undecided. Only 1 knew that the chemical was, take a big guess. And it's the opposite version of the way we say it, but to science it's H2O.
Yeah.
Water. The title of his prize-winning project was "How Gullible Are You?" That's not a science experiment to bring it to the fair for a chemical.
No, that's a fucking book report.
How gullible are you is just look out your freaking front door. Sit there and you see a bunch of gullible dumbasses out there that doesn't know anything. He was attempting to show how conditioned we have become to the spreading fear of everything in our environment. The conclusion is obvious. Obvious for a dumbass.
There is such a thing as environmental.
Yeah. This comes from Valley Ho, and that's with a J. I know it sounds like an H, but it's in California. It went from scientific methods to something that we drink almost every single day.
Yeah.
We shower and take a bath in it every single day. To the title, "How Gullible Are We?" Just look at your freaking front door. Walk around. Don't drive. Just walk around and you'll see how many gullible dumbasses there are in the world. That could be a science fair project.
Not even.
Oh, I like this one. Lies and Fireflies. It should be a good one. Let's see.
Let me get two of the 19 I got here.
Alright, so I'm going to pass it over to Paralore in the Dark Side News world, while I throw up episode 19 as a YouTube link for our Facebook page and our Twitter page. So enjoy her.
This is one you sent me a while back. The 22nd of shit year. Let's see. Title reads, "Man Killed in Shark Attack, a Popular Tourist Beach."
Yeah, I remember that one.
People told to stay out of the water.
I couldn't even get through the whole story. I started feeling sick about it.
Hang on. The incident happened off Broom's Cable Beach on the north coast of Western Australia, with people warned to stay away as authorities searched for the shark. Not shared, searched. Okay. The man was recovered from the water off Broom Cable Beach and was treated by local police officers before an ambulance arrived. Australian Broadcasting Corp, ABC, hopefully not the one that's in the US, television said, Cable Beach, which is a 14-mile stretch of white sand beach, was closed after the incident on Sunday. People were urged to stay away as authorities searched for the shark. It is believed to have been seen and shot at earlier in the day, but not yet captured or killed. Tourists Ricky and Stuart Elsing told ABC News they were woken up by the sound of sirens screeching towards the beach. Hello. Ms. Elsing said they were quite shocked. it didn't cross my mind it was a shark attack, because I don't think there's been one up here for years. Mr. Elson added. He said you get a lot of reef sharks and shovel-nosed rays, things like that in hammerheads. To have something like this is unusual and very devastating. WA Premier Mark McGowan described the incident as traumatic and unexpected. He extended his thoughts to the victim's family. The victim had not yet been named. Broome does not have a significant history of shark attacks. Well, it does now! This year in Australia's deadliest year for shark attacks since 2014, with 8 deaths recorded to date. The most recent person to die from a shark attack in Oz, Australia, was Andrew Sharp, 52, who was attacked while surfing with friends at Kelp Bends in Western Australia. Well, duh. Experts believe cooler water temperatures are behind an increased number of unprovoked and deadly suspected great white shark attacks since January, the highest for 86 years. And that's it. I'm gonna say this. In Australia, there are numbers of great white sharks spotted every single fucking day. So, it shouldn't really surprise anybody that in Australia there was a shark attack. I mean, most shark attacks are from great whites. And for me to say that, for my input on it, on the story I just read, the ocean is the great white shark's kitchen. They were in the waters way before we walked the earth. And last time I checked, great whites are protected from as an endangered species list. Or on the endangered species list, so they shouldn't be trying to kill or shoot the damn shark. And there are reports of great white shark attacks where it's either a rogue shark or the shark is mistaken for a human, possibly looking like a seal. And of course, a common one is the most common is a diver, or not a diver, but a surfer who's in the water in whatever part of the world that have great whites, and waits for a specific type of waves that they want to surf to the shore on. There have been stories of surfers being attacked by great white sharks because they piss in the fucking water. I don't know what of the human anatomy attracts great white sharks when someone pisses in the fucking ocean. Or, in Australia or California or even on lower part of the East Coast. But, Need to get yourselves checked if your piss is starting to attract great white sharks to come bite your ass. Okay, our next story talks about an Egyptian mummy. Let's see. New X-ray technique reveals clues about a 1900-year-old mummy. I wonder if this is something on King Tut. Scientists have pioneered a new technique that allows them to investigate the insides of a 1900-year-old mummy without having to open up and tamper with the ancient artifact. Yeah, because that would be completely disrespectful. Researchers used a new combination of CT, computed tomography technology, and X-ray diffraction to reveal clues about a Roman-era Egyptian mummy, which was discovered in Hawara. I might have just butchered that. Take a shot. Which is a new drinking game. If I butcher it, I'll let you know how many shots to take. If I stumble more than once, I'll let you know. So keep those shot glasses and alcoholic beverages handy. Okay, Hawara, Egypt. For nearly a century, Egyptian mummies have been imaged non-invasively with X-rays. Findings outlined in the Journal of the Royal Society on Tuesday. The team of researchers described using a combination of CT scanning and X-ray diffraction for the first time, revealing clues about the ancient corpse lying inside. Using a CT scan to create a three-dimensional roadmap of the contents of the mummy, experts shown, or however they want to pronounce it, X-ray beams smaller than the diameter of a human hair onto the mummy to identify the objects inside the item's wrappings. Lead author Stuart Stockett had told CNN. The X-rays give off what is essentially a fingerprint that is characteristic of the material. What the experts from Northwestern University, Argonne National Laboratory, and Metropolitan State University of Denver found on the body, thought to belong to a 5-year-old child. This surprised them. Wait a minute, wasn't King Tut killed as a kid? I'm thinking this is about King Tut. Researchers found a small chunk of very pure calcium carbonate in the mummy, which they believe is the right shape to be a scarab beetle. That is, those beetles are more found in Egypt, which was traditionally placed in an incision in the abdomen during mummification. This opaque object is about the right shape for a scarab. Stock explained the scarab is the symbol of rebirth, he added, which is what people in Egypt believe. The item gives further clues about the social status of the mummy, though not royalty. I highly doubt that. This person was in the upper Chillins, I think I butchered that, take 2 shots, of society, if such a pure material was used in their burial, Stock said, they could afford to have a scarab and mummification, which required a tremendous amount of resources, he said. A study of the body also showed the child, thought to be a girl, did not suffer a violent end. It looks like there was no skeletal trauma. Stock said, okay, so this might not, okay, it's not leading to King Tut. We don't know why this young girl died. A portrait attached to the mummy also reveals further clues about its occupant, with the hairstyle depicted dating the mummy between 150 and 200 AD. Shit. Portrait mummies have a lifelike painting of the deceased incorporated into the mummy wrappings and placed over the person's face. Experts believe that the technique could be used for further studies on mummies, giving further clues as to the object buried alongside the ancient corpses, without the need to disturb and tamper with bodies. Let's see. I'm looking at it right here. Okay, definitely isn't a pharaoh. Back in the day, in Victorian times, they would take them apart. Yeah, that's true. Stock told CNN, "We don't like to do that anymore. Back in Victorian times, they shouldn't have been doing that, period. Douchebags." And that's it for that one. For a minute there, I thought it was about King Tut. Okay. This next one talks about another one. Divers exploring a 200. Take a drink, take one shot of Stumbled, and chug a beer, or whatever mixed drink you drink it. Divers exploring a 2,300-year-old pyramid have found the underwater tomb of a powerful pharaoh. Okay, I'm going on a limb here. I'm wondering if they're talking about Cleopatra. Due to the fact that's one of the theories. Although the water looks unappealing, okay, Kristen Romay, might have butchered it, 2 shots, prepares herself to plunge into the depths, and right above her head, there's a big clue as to why she is putting herself through this ordeal. In a part of the broiling north of Sudan, you see there's a pyramid, a monument to a long-lost monarch that hints as a kingdom that once held sway over vast swaths of northern Africa. And when Romay and her colleague reached their destination, what they found is truly astonishing. Let's see how astonishing it is. Impress me. But then again, it could be Cleopatra. Or whatever. Let's see. The pair know where they should be heading to. A man's tomb lies beneath this pyramid, although he wasn't just any man. Nastasin was once a pharaoh of Nubia, and he was buried here more than 2,000 years ago. Now Romay, a trained archaeologist, moves down a stairway etched into the rock. All she has for air, should there be an emergency is a tiny canister. Okay, come on. God damn it. Next page, thank you. Waiting for Romy or Romay at the base of the stairway is Pierce Paul Kreisman, another archaeologist who is working with a grant from National Geographic. Oh, okay, so when did National Geographic start doing grants? He greets his colleague, however, with some words of caution, saying it's really deep today. There's not going to be any headroom in the first chamber. Indeed, Kreisman himself is already up to his chest in the murky waters. Come on. Only weeks earlier, Kreisman had first penetrated, that's what he said, the flooded tomb of Nestasen. Now he and Romay will go down into the three chambers together and investigate a sarcophagus that it seems has laid untouched through the centuries. Before the duo reach their goal, though, Kreisman shows Romay a metal grate, and tells her that she'll have to squeeze, that's what he said, and that's what she said, through an opening that small to enter the catacomb. Opening and going into something that small, that's what he said and she said. The tomb that the two archaeologists are exploring lies at Nuri, a site that stretches over nearly 200 acres of land. Nuri is also fairly close to the River Nile's east bank, which is itself insulated. Take a drink and take 3 shots and stumbled 3 times. Some way north of Sudan's capital, Khartoum. And if I butchered that, 1 shot and a glass of beer or a glass of mixed drink, whatever your delight is for drinking. And the area is arguably best known for housing around 20 pyramids that were all constructed from 650 BC. Actually, they got the centuries backwards, so I'm going to say it this way. 20 pyramids that were all constructed from 300 BC to 650 BC. That makes more sense. The base of Netasen's pyramid, meanwhile, is 100-foot square that rests on a small area of level ground. But although the tomb is a mile from the river, over time it's become prone to flooding by groundwater. As a consequence, then, the 3 chambers at the pharaoh's final resting place, all sliced into the stone beneath the desert sands, are currently submerged. But, of course, Nestasen's pyramid is just one of the many examples of Nuri, while the towering structures themselves are part of a greater complex that is initially built under the the Neapolitan culture. Neapolitan, yeah, close enough. The pyramids are also located in the dry regions of either side of the Nile that were once part of Nubia, and these imposing buildings, although with others in the region, display elements of art and architecture that are unique to the area around Nuri. Owing to this uniqueness, then, the pyramids and other locations in the area were collectively classified as a World Cultural Heritage Site by UNESCO in 2003. And the nearby mountain of Gebel Barkal, that's how I'm saying it because that's how it's spelled, is significant not only to local residents, but also to those who lived millennia before them. You see, at one time, the people of Egypt considered the mountain to be the home of the god Amun, which is an Egyptian god, in case people are wondering what the fuck I just said. Amun is an Egyptian god. Naturally, the pyramids are important too. No shit. Representing, as they do, the last resting places of the Kushite.
Bless you.
That's how it's actually spelled, Kushite.
Bless you.
Kings and their queens. Okay, this is a little racy, ain't it? These black pharaohs.
Wow.
Pharaohs in Egypt were not, unless that's taking me to a different fucking part. Anything that I heard or learned about in high school about Egypt and pharaohs from my history teacher, LaForge, he mentioned that the pharaohs were, even though the pharaohs are some pharaohs are found with basically like black, it basically doesn't mean, oh, their skin was black. These, again, black pharaohs, were initially underlinings to the Egyptian emperors. Once the new kingdom had fallen apart, however, they began to rise in importance. In fact, from roughly 760 BC, the Kushites began to control the whole part of Egypt. And they worked to put their stamp on their territory too. In particular, the 5 black pharaohs looked to the past for inspiration, and building pyramids, just as their distant predecessors had done to mark their graves, were among the old customs that they subsequently chose to revive. More than 80 royals were interred at Nuri in all, with about 1 in 4 of their graves crowned by pyramids. And in July 2019, Kreisman explained the historical importance of the Kushites in the BBC to the BBC. The Kushites were on the only corridor across the Sahara where you could pass through the desert in sight of drinking water the whole way. In other words, you're walking on it and you could see the Nile. So that put them in a very important position, he said. This predates the arrival of the camel. No shit! If you're a pharaoh of a royal pharaoh, you're riding in a chariot operated by a horse. Or you're riding a fucking horse. And I don't mean the freaking sex position, the horse. After first rising to power in 2000 BC, Kush's influence waxed and waned, although the kingdom's production of gold meant that the region could never be ignored. And while the so-called Black Pharaohs were chased out of Egypt by the Neo-Assyrians in the 7th century BC, they nonetheless continued to rule over their desert land until the 4th century AD, when their reign came to an end. Royal burials at Nure, meanwhile, are thought to have been initiated by the pharaoh Herqua. However, I stumbled 4 times. Have a fucking shot. Or here, have a drink. With his pyramid remaining the biggest in the area, the Taharqua's descendants continued to use the area as a necropolis for many years. Others utilized the site for the same purpose too. Even after Kush, take a shot, had vanished into the sands. If you know... Okay, here we go. If you know the Bible... The... Taharqua's... Take a drink or stumble. Taharqua's name may ring a bell. Not really. Not that I gave a damn. And I still don't give a damn. As the 2nd book of Kings tells the story of a man warding off an Assyrian attack on Jerusalem. That battle ultimately ended in such a crushing victory for Taharqa, in fact, that Egypt, as well as Kush, subsequently enjoyed a lengthy period of peace. And with no fighting to focus on, the pharaoh was then able to turn his attention to building works. Basically, having buildings constructed. But while Taharqua's pyramid at Nure resembles its Egyptian counterparts quite closely, there is one clear distinction. Whereas the Egyptian pharaohs were buried inside their pyramids, the Kushite kings lie underneath theirs, and excavating the Kushites' burial chambers would therefore prove more difficult for archaeologists, as they would be required to dig into the bedrock or rock bed beneath the structures. That's a whole lot of digging. The first man to attempt the task was George Griesner, an American archaeologist who specialized in Egypt and its buried history. His vast knowledge and fine judgment had led to him being hailed as an authority of the ancient civilization that had once flourished in the North African nation. And before tackling Nure, Reisner had actually once dug at Giza, the famous home of the Great Pyramid. So, Reisner came to Nure, burp, in the early 20th century to dig into turquoise burial chambers. At the same time, the Egyptologist drew maps of the other structures in the area. He made another important discovery at the location to boot, namely, the groundwater fed by the Nile would prove a huge barrier to further investigation of the site. However, Reisner didn't even bother publishing the outcome of his studies at Nure. With the knock-on effect, oh, I like that one, the knock-on effect being that the site didn't receive the attention that it might otherwise have been given. It seems, too, that Reisner had considered the Kushite kings to not be the equals of the Egyptians from a racial standpoint. I beg your pardon. Nor did he see their buildings as anything other than imitations of earlier glories. Okay, so this fucker's a blasphemist. And despite the 1922 discovery of the burial site of King Tut, I'm saying it the way it's been taught to me because I know I can't pronounce that shit. Discovery of the burial site of King Tut, earning global attention. But you still don't know how he died so young. Ure continued to remain relatively unexplored. It didn't help, perhaps, that the large site offered formidable challenges to archaeologists. Many of the tombs were potentially submerged. You see, an underwater archaeology hadn't even been tried in Sudan yet. So it wasn't until 2018 that an archaeologist with the required skills would turn his attention to Nure. Kriesman has the experience in underwater archaeology, sure he does, that Reisner lacked, along with a keen knowledge of Egyptian studies. His talents don't end there either, as he also works in the field of dendrochronology, the study of tree rings. Okay, what the hell does that have to do with the pharaoh? And from his home base at the University of Arizona, Kriesman's interests in ancient Egypt and Sudan have led him to run a research program in both of those countries. The college's Egyptian expedition has operated since the late 1980s, in fact, largely in Thebes and the Valley of the Kings. Kriesman's work in the field, moreover, has led to recognition from notable bodies such as the Royal Geographical Society. I don't know if that's even... I don't know. When Kriesman came to Nure, then he decided to look at the tomb of Nestasen, who was king of Kush, between 315 BC and 335 BC, as the final ruler to have his tomb at the site. Nestasen had ended up with the least attractive plot of land, although that currently didn't put Kriesman off. Instead, the archaeologists figured that checking out Nestasen's burial spot would prove ideal in determining just how waterlogged other structures in the area may be. Nestasen had ruled towards the end of the Napatan or Nepetan, take 4 shots. Culture, with the center of Nubian power shifting shortly after his passing in Meru. I might have butchered that. 2 shots and half a drink. That change would, in turn, ultimately bring on conflict between the Nepetan House and other would-be royals over control of Kosh. And that turmoil stood in marked contrast to Nestasin's reign, as his power across a massive region had stayed strong. Indeed, Nestasin had demonstrated that control when an Egyptian king named Habash attacked Kosh. The ambush didn't end well for Kabash either, with the Nebian forces repulsing him and his men, and relieving him of a great deal of his treasure and naval forces. And although Nestasin himself is a somewhat obscure figure, there's a reason why historians today know a bit about this conflict. I highly doubt it. If they're whining and complaining, oh, we can't get to it. You see, Nestasin had a 5-foot high stela, a granite monument, made after his win over Kabash. Likely once an adornment of the Temple of Ammon at Gebel Barkal. The stela later turned up in the city of Dongola, which lies by the Nile in northern Sudan. And the stone is marked too, with the most recent examples of Egyptian hieroglyphs, I actually could say that, to have yet been discovered. This message celebrates the Black Pharaoh's triumph. Very little else has been discovered about Nestasin, however, and if anyone wants to find more, they'll need to dive into the tomb. But that in itself is easier said than done. In the time since Reasoner's expedition, the water level at the site has risen dramatically. No shit, it's underwater! That said, Reasoner's workers were at least able to discover a stairway, not stairway to heaven, but stairway down, into Nestasin's tomb. And after the group dug the flight out, one of the group even managed to get down into the crypt. The lucky man in question spent his time there digging a hole and grabbing a few shabits, statues supposedly imbued with magic that were meant to look after the dead in the next life. Apparently, however, that's all the worker had time for. Before too long, Reasoner's team had gone, and the tomb soon disappeared back under the desert. When Kriesman came to Nure, then, his first task would be to uncover the stairway once again. And that proved quite a job, taking up a whole year's worth of digging. It wasn't until January 2019, in fact, that Kriesman's expedition got down as far as the tomb's entry point. That's what he said. But there was no cause for celebration just yet, as the team subsequently realized that this part of the burial chamber had been entirely submerged, it seemed that yet more groundwater had accumulated. Perhaps because of the climate change, or the fact that dams were being built on the river. Here's something to think about. Kreisman described the digging during his interview with the BBC and noted that his team had gone as far as they could. So, while the staircase had 65 steps, the researchers had only got about 40 stairs down until they hit the water table. In other words, till they hit water. Kreisman added, "We, more like his team, but not we knew we wouldn't be able to go any further without putting our heads under." That's what he said. But even more danger lurked in the waterlogged burial area, as divers who entered the chambers risked being trapped if the rocks surrounding the opening fell in. Well, yeah, there is that issue. With that in mind, Kreisman had to use a chute made of steel to bolster the entry space. To get into the tomb required struggling through the chute. And the archaeologist was rendered practically blind as he did so, with tiny particles made the water impenetrably murky. What do you expect? It's a fucking river. If this wasn't bad enough, the divers couldn't even use scuba tanks to supply oxygen. Given the confined space of the entryway, these devices would simply be too unwieldy. So the explorers instead had to rely on a line that brought in air from up above when they entered the tomb in January 2019. In other words, if that line breaks, you're fucked. Then, once inside the burial chamber, the divers were finally able to see the sarcophagus, the massive stone container for Nastassen's remains. But, yet again, members of the group would have to be patient, as looking inside would have to wait for another year. The pit dug long ago by Reisner's teammate would have to be investigated at a later date too. Oh, that sucks. You get to the fucking sarcophagus, you can't even open it yet. And Kreisman described Nastas's burial area to the BBC. There were 3 chambers with these beautiful arched ceilings, about the size of a small bus. He said, you go in one chamber into the next, and it's pitch black. Okay, if it's pitch black, then how the fuck do you know you're in the 3 chambers? Or in one of them. You know you're in a tomb if your flashlights aren't on. That makes no fucking sense. You know you're in a tomb if your flashlights aren't on. It should be, if you're in a tomb, your flashlights should be on. So you can fucking see! And it starts revealing the secrets that were held within. Thankfully, though, the struggle to get into the chambers proved worthwhile. As Kreisman told Newsday, the Shabtas hadn't all been taken. The gold offerings were still sitting there. That's shocking. Really shocking. These small glass-type statues that have been leafed in gold. That's basically gold that's like leaf. Not golden leaves, but people get what I'm saying. If not, look it up. He explained, and while the water destroyed the glass underneath, the little gold flake was still there. Apparently it's true, gold doesn't perish underwater for so long. What's more, the small tendrils of gold that the archaeologists found hinted at an interesting story. It seemed, in fact, that the water might have prevented thieves from getting into the burial chamber. After all, if they'd been able to enter, they would surely have snatched the golden statues as a potential source of easy money. Yeah, that's true. Come on! Next page. Thank you. The discovery of gold leaf shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, though. After all, Kosh was one of the antiquity's great centers of gold production. The Kushite artisans not only wrought jewelry, in other words, not only made jewelry, but they also clothed places of worship and figurines with gold leaf. And that's real gold leaf. And the gold trade brought riches to the nation, meaning Kosh could hold some sway in its neighbor Egypt's politics. Some years prior to Kriesman's expedition, meanwhile, archaeologists had dug up a site in northern Sudan that they believed had been crucial to Kosh's gold industry. There, the researchers found stones that could have been used to crush gold, or, that's O-R-E, to release flakes of the precious metal. There's little doubt, though, that more remains to be discovered at Nure. Indeed, if Kriesman's team do succeed in their aim to dig out to Natasin's tomb, which would have been in the shit year last year, the entire shit year, which they haven't, obviously, they may well find untouched treasures that were once buried alongside the pharaoh. And who knows what may lie inside the sarcophagus that sits in the third chamber. It would be the pharaoh's fucking waterlogged dead body. Kriesman has aspirations for his dig. I'm sure he does. In any case, and he revealed these to National Geographic. I think we finally have the technology to be able to tell the story of Nure, to fill in the blanks of what happened here. He said, it's a remarkable point in history that so few know about. It's a story that deserves to be told. The thing just went stupid. Yeah, that's it. So, here's the thing. They're able to get past 2 of the 3 chambers. The third chamber holds the body. I'm trying to think here, because I might have just had a brain fart. Okay. Putting this question out there for the listeners and to Paramike. Say this guy can get into the third chamber, and they're able to actually get to the pharaoh's tomb. and possibly maybe open it or bring it up. One, how the fuck are they going to do that? And two, are they going to take the fucking gold that's still there? Because there is something federally where you can't bring in foreign objects into the U.S. That includes if it's gold or not.
Mm-hmm.
Unless if you work for fucking Scott Ridley. Or Ripley.
That's Robert Ripley.
Huh?
Robert Ripley.
Okay, Ripley bringing all sorts of everything from the fucking foreign countries. Including the Egyptian priestess foot.
Yeah, that's going through a lot of customs, the government, and I think, if I'm correct, the National Geological Science Survey Group.
Yeah.
I think I said that right. I'm not sure. But I think that's how that works. I think that's what Robert Ripley from Believe It or Not Museum in California had to do with the stuff that he has.
Yeah, I know.
But before then, all the other stuff that he had in there that we've seen on Ghost Adventures were brought in without that problem.
No.
Other things, yes. I think the Egyptian foot was one of them.
I don't know.
I can't remember.
Well, yeah. The Egyptian foot, the priestess that Zach was holding. And empath-wise, he was able to see the image of her with his third eye.
Yep.
Which I'm surprised it took that many seasons for his third eye to open. Even though he's been an empath. Even though there's customs and other shit like that, if it's like archaeology, I think there are some leadways through that. But the way the guy's explained how he wants to raise the tomb or the sarcophagus with the body in it, and whatever gold or treasures that are with it, that's, in my opinion, that's pretty much grave robbing. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that. I definitely would say.
And those who
like
actually got off doing that,
you were some sick motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's all I
I'm
gotta
taking
say.
a break because I need a smoke break. Ooh. Clark Road Mental Facility. For Urban Legends, that sounds cool.
Wait a minute. I was doing something else and everything.
Huh?
I said I was doing something else outside of having a phone call, which I'm doing multiple stuff today. No, actually the next one is Lies and Fireflies.
Oh. I thought you
Yeah.
already read that one.
No. I
Oh,
was
okay,
about
go
to,
ahead.
and you stopped me, and so you could do your stories.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright, so we're gonna go more back to Urban Legends with Lies and Fireflies from December of 2011. There was once a young girl who constantly lied about everything. Yeah, she must have been a Republican.
Actually, that's almost like the story about the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah. Must have been a Republican. She sprinkled lies into everything she said. She lived with her widowed grandma and helped her to make money by sewing clothes and selling them.
Seamstress.
That's one hell of an old seamstress. As she cared for her granddaughter, the woman became aware of the child's lying problem, and no matter what her grandmother said or how much she was scolded or punished, the little girl refused to change her ways. Definitely a fucking Republican, bitch. Thinking...
Or actually, people that we've come across from over the years.
Yeah.
Avis. To my ex-best friend.
To practically almost everybody in the goddamn planet.
Not you, bro. Get that thought out of your head.
Thinking it was just a childhood phase, the old woman hoped her granddaughter would grow out of it and stop lying so much. One day, the child accidentally lost her grandma's sewing supplies under the floorboards and refused to even try to get them back.
Ugh.
Grandma had enough. She was outraged and tried a new... I'm sorry. Take a drink, I fucked up. She was outraged and tired and knew the girl would eventually be the death of her. That night, Grandma put tranquilizers in her granddaughter's dessert and sent her to bed. Whoa, Grandma got a little sneaky there. Little medieval genius. The last thing she remembered as the medication began to take effect was seeing fireflies flickering outside her bedroom window. While the girl was slept, doesn't make any sense. Grandma took her bits of spare sewing supplies and used them to stitch her granddaughter's mouth closed in her sleep. Oh, that's really medieval torture right there.
Not only that, if you want to talk colonial witch days, which I still fucking hate,
I know.
it would actually consider the grandmother being a witch.
Just as she tied off the final stitch, the woman had a massive heart attack and died at the child's bedside. Damn! Instant karma. Now, any kid under the age of 12 who lies profusely will be found by the young girl's grandmother. You'll dream of fireflies and she'll bring her sewing kit with her. When you wake up, your mouth will be stitched closed. And that comes from JJ. But other than that, it doesn't say where it's from.
Anonymous, probably. That's probably just a story, but not really considered an urban legend.
No, but I was thinking it as I was reading it and thinking it in my head, and I was like, holy crap, this grandmother is fucking medieval to this little bitch that's a Republican.
Well,
nice. That's a hell of a payback.
Well, here's actually something of, myth, but as well as,
conspiracy theory?
No. It's sort of like between myth and magic. And I don't mean like freaking illusion magic. I mean...
Real magic.
Real magic. Which is actually spelled M-A-G-I-C-K. If you're seeing fireflies after even night or something like that, here's the thing. You sure you're not seeing sprites? Sprites are a way of doing that.
Good point. I didn't think of that part.
Well, far as I remember, my nephew Adam, believe he was like 9, and he was lying. He was doing lies here and there, but after a time it got so bad, he started freaking out, saying he was seeing sprites in his room. Me, Paramike, his father, Alex, and Richie were sitting in the living room. He used to come and tell us about it, but we kind of just blocked it out, yeah, sure. Until all 4 of us heard him fucking screaming. And in case Paramike, Alex, and Richie didn't grab a damn thing, but they went to his room. Adam's sister is standing outside the room. She's petrified. And seeing her looking like that, I'm like, okay, there's something there. Go in my room. I mean, I don't know why, but at the time I did do some tennis. But not on a sport level. Just with my father. Because my father, his way of community, family time, you either golf or you do tennis. I don't like camping. I never have. Being homeless, I understood why. I didn't like tennis, but it was actually kind of funny seeing his chubby ass try to run across the court. Which Paramike saw a couple of times.
Holy flubber!
So, I grabbed my tennis racket, run into my nephew's room, and I'm actually seeing like little lights dancing around. A couple of them were actually, and I mean, even though they were dancing around, he had bruises all over him, actual cuts. And I went, okay, I'm actually going to practice my backhand. So if you see a Sprite and you got an object that can knock the fuckers out across the room or out of the room, grab it. Because I've done it.
Yeah, and a few times you've hit me and Alex with the damn thing.
Sorry.
I want to shove the damn thing up your rear end, but...
Well, there was one time I think I remember hitting Richie too, but he was too close. He got it right in the fucking nuts.
No, that was Alex.
Oh, got Alex in the nuts?
Yes, because Richie was on the other side of the room at the time. Because when he saw you hit me with the damn racket and you hit Alex with the damn racket, he went to the other side of the room like, nope, I'm not getting hit by that racket. Then 2 seconds later, ding! Right below the belt, Alex drops to the floor. I'm looking and everything. I'm like, holy crap. I have a big bruise on my arm from you smacking me with it, so...
Well, the fuckers were fast.
I wanted to rip the thing out of her hand and stick it up her rear end.
They were fast, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I
now,
know.
I don't know, they could have been fireflies, but the bleeding that he had on him, they didn't look like fireflies.
Yeah, I know. Alright, so now we can go into the Clark Road Mental Facility.
That sounds cool.
This was December 2011. We'll start off with Emily was a beautiful woman who lived at the Clark Road Mental Facility in Sarasota, Florida. Since she was
Sarasota,
7 years
Florida?
old. Yeah.
Where the hell's that located?
I think it's anywhere between Dayton.
Huh?
I think it's like Dayton, somewhere near Dayton, Florida, or Daytona, Florida.
I mean,
Everybody calls it Dayton now.
I remember wrestling all over the place in Florida, but I don't remember that one. Unless it was just like a quick here. Hi, how you doing?
I don't know. I could look that up afterwards. 7 years old, admitted there by her parents, who knew Emily to be disturbed at a young age. Well, anybody's going to be disturbed at the age of 7. Shit, that's part of life growing up.
It's probably a mental health condition.
Well, at that time, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah, I know.
Because Dr.
Jerk-offs without thinking maybe there's mental health illness.
Yeah.
And try to find a positive way to treat it.
Yeah. But you wouldn't take it to a mental facility on Clark Road.
That's what therapists were for back then.
Yeah.
But they didn't go to them.
No. She since was a long-time resident. Hers was a life well known. That's how I'm reading it, because there's a dot after resident. Fucking people. She had long, river-like marble white hair.
She had white hair.
Before I go on that, how does somebody have river-like marble white hair?
Probably like the color of like foam, which is white.
Yeah, I know that, but river-like marble white hair. There's no such color for a human being's hairstyle.
Oh, there is. You gotta go to specific...
I can understand, like a countertop being like that, which I've seen.
Yeah, so have I.
Marble or granite style. I've seen those two types. But not in a human hair. That's just ridiculous and not possible. That was barely tinted blonde and dark. If you heard a sneeze, that was one of our cats.
He was putting his 2 cents in.
Yeah. And his sneeze says, "Bullshit! I agree with Daddy." BECKONINGIs. I have no clue what that word
Another
is.
drinking part of the game. If Paramike has to spell out a word, 4 shots, and half the drink you're drinking.
This patient was difficult to say no to. If she wanted extra food at the cafeteria, so be it. No drugs that day. She got it. She was character disturbed.
Probably personality disorder.
One of the documented symptoms of being charming. And she was being carefully watched because of her condition. And the word charming is in parentheses.
Okay, that could mean personality disorder or multiple personality disorder.
She was just a cute kid. Who knows?
Or suicidal.
Her conditions were many, including... Okay, I could definitely not say this goddamn word.
Spell it.
SCHIZOPHRENIA. You don't have to take a drink for that because medical terms, I do not know it.
Schizophrenia.
Thank you. And multiple personality disorder. Oh, there's
Did
the
I
MPD.
just say that?
There's the MPD. Holy
just
shit.
said that.
Holy crap. So she's a psycho and with MPD. Okay. I mean, that the word I had to spell out. I know the version of that.
Yeah.
Is that people are usually deathly afraid of things that are not there.
Nah, schizophrenia has many different definitions now.
Oh yeah,
but schizophrenia.
I'm going to the main part. The
first
main
one
part, before the other ones came out from goofy doctors that still don't know shit.
Well, schizophrenia, before there were considered really real multiple personality traits or personality disorders. Mm-hmm. Schizophrenia, which was also taught in my psychology class, thanks LaForge, was basically one personality disorder. Now, if you kind of want an example, me, myself, Irene, with Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey, schizo, because his personality would change to sweet and nice to a jerk-off. That's basically what schizophrenia is. You have one personality disorder, not multiple.
Well, that's that version, but like I said, the version I said is that you're paranoid of something that's not even there, and that's what people will call you. But now there's so many different terminologies to it in doctors' terms. It could be multiple stuff.
Yeah.
On top of being MPD.
Yep.
The fire that closed down the mental institution was set by one of Emily's alter egos. Then, at age 32, she had attempted to escape the asylum after by hiding out during the evacuation of the building. She died in the fire that day, so near to her escape, and never made it out.
Oh.
It is thought her spirit lives there still, but wanders the entire Sarasota area.
Minnesota?
No, Florida.
Oh. I wonder if Zach and them has heard about that.
I don't
Or if
think
Dave
so.
Schrader heard of it.
Mm.
That's like something I would love to see on one of their shows.
Oh yeah. Well, there is a YouTube video clip here that I see, but there's underneath it is kind of blanked out. You know, it has like a line through it. It says, "Repost this in the next 12 minutes, or she'll fly to your location and haunt you at your bedside the next time you're being treated for anything. She'll scream her name, Emily!" Quotations. 5 times in your ear. Your ears will ring and you'll beg for your doctor to fix it. It disappears after 72 hours. And this came from Sarasota, Florida, and Sedona, Arizona. And I see the video here and everything.
It's probably just... that definitely does sound like an urban legend. With the post a video in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
That sounds like the urban legend of it, but the rest of it, or most of it, it sounds like it's a ghost story.
Yeah, but like I said, there is a video here. It says Clark Road Mental Facility, in little side brackets.
Yeah.
It says palms of something else, but the whole thing's not here, and I can't play it because sometimes my software to internet, it gets a little goofy. So I'll try to throw that in somewhere on our YouTube video if I can do it, which will be great.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Choking on Ink. Sound like a bad song from the 50s or 60s, if it ever was. Well, we're still in December of 2011. Goes, my grandmother told me when she was in high school, an old math teacher in his 60s named Harold Davidson was teaching math, and one of his students wouldn't stop tapping his pen during class. Those are the persons you just want to beat the shit out of. You know?
Yeah.
The teacher went berserk and lost his mind. Well, nowadays you have to have a mind to lose.
Yeah.
Except nobody has that anymore. He snatched the pen and attacked the kid, lodging the pen down the child's throat while his classmates looked in screaming. Or on screaming. Looked on screaming. Okay. I was about to say. While struggling, the kid kicked the teacher in the chest with the little energy he had left. The teacher collapsed and they both died at the same time.
Well, you know that teacher's what the hell.
So then the kid. When school was back in session and math class began with the new teacher, the class noticed that a weird symbol appeared on the chalkboard. The symbol had lines inside of a circle.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. I'm tired of that phone call coming in. I keep getting a phone call that I keep blocking, and they, for some reason, keeps finding a way to call me. All the lines within the circle were the common math symbols equal, plus, x, and division. if you outline certain parts of the symbol, it looks as if a Pac-Man shape was a line going through its mouth, or maybe a head getting choked with a pen. Now that is kind of weird.
Yeah.
The teacher asked who drew it, but no one came forward. The teacher laughed it off and tried to erase it off the board, but she couldn't remove the mark. Now that's even weirder.
Yeah.
Equal, plus, X, and the division sign, which is dot, line, dot.
Yeah.
But didn't want to erase off the chalkboard. What kind of stuff did they use to put on the chalkboard like that?
I don't know.
It doesn't come off. It's nuts. But also a mystery. She decided to live with it and ignored it for months. But since maintenance couldn't even remove the symbol, she began to get annoyed. Eventually, she got the whole chalkboard replaced. Well, there's a smart move. As the students arrived for their next math lesson, they were shocked to find the new teacher dead, laying in the exact same spot where Harold died. The autopsy found the teacher had a pen shoved down her throat.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What freaking high school was this at, I would like to know. Because I want to do some more stories on that one. And of course, it's an anonymous story.
Yeah.
So, for that, it is a mystery. I should look more into it. And if you guys want to look into it as well, please do, and then email the show at everythingparanormal2021@gmail.com, and I'll read what you found on the show the next time.
And a shout out.
Definitely a shout out.
This news story kind of sounds interesting. Ancient mysteries that may never be solved. Hang on. Our ancestors built many amazing cities and temples and carved so much fascinating artwork, but often the methods and reasons behind what they did have been lost in the mists of time. That sounds really interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, this does... Okay. What do the Karnic stones signify? Paramount just gave me the what? Are these megaliths the petrified remains of a Roman legion turned to stone by the wizard Merlin? So local legend would have us believe, but the truth could be just as fascinating. Near the village of Carnac in Brittany, northern France, a vast area of 100 acres, basically 40 HA, whatever that's supposed to mean, holds around 3,000 standing stones, marching into the distance as far as the eye can see. Some stones are placed in regimented lines, others in circles, and some on top of another to form tombs. These stone armies were the work of a Neolithic people dating between 3000 to 4500 BC. It's an amazing testament to the ingenuity of this pre-eclectic people that they could hew the granite by hand, dragged the stones up to 30 miles, that's 50 kilometers, and placed them so accurately. Even more surprising when you consider the megaliths vary in size, with the tallest around 21 feet, which is 6.5 millimeters. So why did these early people go to so much trouble? Historians and scientists have long puzzled over the purpose of these stones. One researcher claims they were an earthquake detection device. I'm going to say that again. A researcher claims they were an earthquake detection device. I don't know how stones can detect earthquakes. While others say they are temples to honor the ancestors, or some kind of calendar or astrologic. I'm about to butcher it. Get ready to find out how many shots. The astrological, 2 shots, device. Of course, their use could have changed over the 1,000 years they were arranged, so perhaps we will never know for sure. What is certain is that they are an awe-inspiring sight. Now, looking at the stones, and I'm looking at them, they look more like they're grave markers, just the way they're positioned. Paramike, come here. Let me show you. Okay, here's the first picture of these stones. To me, they kind of look like they're gravestones. Here's this one. Now, no human can fucking make that. I don't give a fuck. And here's the other one. In a different line.
Weird.
No, well, then again, there are some theories about Merlin actually existing at one point in time, even though that's considered myth, and some consider it a legend. But let's move on. What happened to the people of Angkor Wat? And I'm going to say that again. Angkor Wat. In 1860, a French explorer, Henry Muhat, was hacking his way through the Cambodian jungle when he suddenly came upon a magnificent temple hidden up among the trees. Only a few Buddhist priests and farmers lived there, and they knew nothing of its history. Over the years, historians have pieced together the story of a great empire which dominated the area from around 800 to 1400 AD. So why was Angkor Wat located near modern Siem Reap, left to decline in the 15th century? Holy shit. It's big, but not that big. That's what he said. And what she said. We know the temple was only a small part of a giant city. It was populated by Hindu native people, the Khmer, or Khmer. That's Khmer. I don't think I butchered it, but if I did, one shot and chug and drink the other half of what you were drinking. The main temple was linked by cloisters and stairways, and decorated with images of battles and legends written in Sanskrit, or Sanskrit. Nope, I butchered that twice. 2 shots, and some more, half a glass. Sanskrit. That's what I meant to say. These legends tell of mighty kings, revered as gods, who built these enormous structures. Satellite imagery also shows that the rest of the city, now under the jungle, contained hundreds of simpler houses, paddy fields, and interconnecting canals. The city's demise was swift. In the 15th century, battles with the Vietnamese and Thai people, as Thai, proved devastating for the Khmer. From other factors may have come into play too. Did a switch of Hinduism to Buddhism mean the Khmer stopped believing the king was a god, thus causing a lack of unity? Did they cut down too much jungle, and perhaps the paddy fields to split up, and so denude their food resource? We don't know, but by 1450, Angkor Wat had almost become a ghost town. That's a bit interesting. Okay. I know I'm going to be butchering this, so get your shot glasses and your drink glasses ready. Is Göbekli Tepe the Garden of Eden? Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's heard Garden of Eden from the fucking Bible. Not trashing it, I'm just saying, my language. The Great Pyramids are 4,500 years old, while Stonehenge is 300 years older. I mean, Stonehenge is 500 years older. Okay. I don't know why that don't make sense, but it doesn't. Impressive, but imagine a city that is 7,000 years older than that. Göbekli Tepe, in modern day Turkey, was built 12,000 years ago, around the end of the last ice age. And I'm not talking the goddamn movies, which are good fucking movies. Probably gotta find those. This fact breaks all the rules that humans had to be settled farmers in order to create cities. Göbekli Tepe was built so early in human endeavor that it has led some to speculate that this could even be the site of the Garden of Eden. Okay, I'm seeing a photo of what looks like to be a lizard and some weird-looking animal. While mammoths and saber-toothed tigers still roamed the earth, these prehistoric people were constructing elaborate temples decorated with beautiful carvings. Located high on a ridge in southeastern Turkey, the site is huge. That's what he said. Okay, here's a game between me and Paramike. If I say that's what he said, you go for the other verse.
That's what she said.
To prove what I'm saying, I'm going to say this again. Located high on a ridge in southeastern Turkey, the site is huge.
That's what she said.
That's what he said. With only a small part excavated so far. There are 30... Bleh. Take a drink twice to stumbled. 2 shots. Chug. There are 43 monolithic limestone pillars, with stone walls possibly forming temples. The area was probably forested, and temperature in those days and temperate in those days, so people lived as hunter-gatherers. I don't know why I'm having a hard time reading today. But with some people having to learn from home, like, remote learning, and even some kids, if your parents think you're old enough to hear it comes out of our mouths, if you let them watch horror movies, you can let them hear what comes out of our mouths. Just be a parent. You can't say what they say. Does actually help that we does actually kind of help us make some historian teachers and professors look stupid. This amazing site was built before the use of the wheel. No shit. Cloth, metal tools, fire, pottery, and domesticated animals. Okay, if that's the case, then everything's fucking smooth as hell. But then again, if you don't have the wheel, cloth, or metal tools, fire, pottery, or domesticated animals, use mud. So could it be the Garden of Eden, as mentioned in the book of Genesis? That's a question there. The Bible makes no mention of built structures in the garden, and it claims Adam and Eve were banished and were not allowed to return, so could not have built anything later. Nevertheless, the extreme age of Göbekli Tepe must make it the oldest human site yet discovered. Possibility. Why is the bent pyramid this shape? That's what he said.
That's what she said! Schmiegel, get out of here.
We all know what pyramids should look like. A large square base with straight lines rising up to a perfect point. So what do we make of this early Egyptian period that slopes 2/3 of the way towards the top? There's a question. Built during the reign of the pharaoh Snefru, the bent pyramid, that's what he said, gives us vital clues as to how these ancient tombs were first constructed. It has a square base and is about 345 feet. That's 105 millimeters, or 105 miles, tall, and with two internal compartments connected by a narrow corridor. The outside view shows the lower part of the pyramid was constructed in the usual style, but something happened to make the builders abruptly change the angle of the slope. Perhaps the sudden death of the person the tomb was built for meant the builders had to finish quickly, or the collapse of another pyramid being built at the same time made the builders aware of a flaw in the design. Or was it just a prototype, a way of learning valuable lessons on the way to the later pyramid masterpieces? That's actually a pretty good question. What is the meaning of the Pictish stones? That's Pictish. Hundreds of mysterious freestanding stones carved the enigmatic, and stylistic symbols could be found all over Scotland, from the Western Isles to the east. Basically, I'm going to say that again. The symbols can be found all over Scotland, from the Western Isles to the east. They date from 900 to 500 AD, and no one knows for sure what the symbols represent. Some are clearly animals and birds, real or imagined, while others are everyday objects such as combs or mirrors, or objects of unknown meaning. But the same strange symbols are repeated again and again. The Pictish people who inhabited the land north of Hadrian's Wall before the Scots were as mysterious to history as the stones they carved. They had no writing system that we know of, so we could only guess what the drawings mean. Around 50 symbols come up repeatedly, and generally are placed in pairs. There are salmon, deer, geese, and fantastical monsters. Objects include a crescent and V-rod. That's what he said. You're cute, dear.
That's what she said too.
A comb and mirror and a double disc with a Z-rod. That's what he said.
That's what she said.
The stones may be markers of territory, or they may be tombstones, with the symbols representing married couples or clans. The stones might even be political statements opposing the growth of the new religion of Christianity. That's a little bit of hate there, ain't it? Maybe the symbols were some kind of writing that we cannot interpret. Probably. Perhaps we will never know their meaning, nor the lies behind their mysterious creators. That's interesting. Okay. What was the purpose of the plane of jars? That's jars. As in, you see a jar, you open it. Imagine the flat, grassy landscape. In other words, visualize it. Visualize, which I'm ad-libbing, the flat, grassy landscape of central Laos and an ancient area called Zhangkuang. I think I just sprained something. Take a shot. Province, which was most recently ravaged by bombs during the Vietnam War. You will be amazed to see thousands of huge stone jars, some up to 10 feet, 3 millimeters, and 3 feet, 1 millimeter tall, or wide. Yeah, wide, scattered randomly across the plain. What are these jars for, and who made them, and why are they there? Is the question. They are thought to date from the Iron Age, from 500 BC to 500 AD. And research in the 1930s uncovered human skeletal remains and artifacts including beads, ceramics, iron implements, and bronze jewelry, among other relics. The jars are mostly empty, with only occasional objects found inside, and they possibly once had lids made of perishable materials. Maybe they are funeral urns, or memorials to the dead. Or maybe they were used to hold water, to hold hot water, or hold water. One of the two. How were these jars, some weighing 30 tons, transported from their quarry about 5 miles, which is 8 kilometers away? Were they carved out of the quarry, then rolled to their resting place? This area is still being excavated, but it seems there are many more places which hold these jars. Possibly up to 90 sites. We know nothing of the people who created them. Well, no shit, you don't know nothing. Yet it was a feat of great organization, technical skill, and immense hard work. The jars remain today a strange and wonderful sight. I don't know about wonderful sight, but definitely strange.
Literally.
Okay, I know I'm really gonna butcher this one. So get your shots ready. Why was Teotihuacan abandoned? Just 30 miles, which is 48 kilometers north of Mexico City, lies an abandoned ruined city covering 8 square miles. That's 20 square kilometers. Its pyramids and palaces, roads, irrigation systems lie deserted as they did in the 12th century AD, when the Aztecs came upon the place. The Aztecs named it Teotihuacan, or the place where one becomes a god, but we do not know what the people who built the city called it, since they left no written record. They abandoned the place around 700 AD and took their secrets with them. How many is good? Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb here. How many of you already thinking, okay, people are saying it's aliens? But if you'd visited Teotihuacan around the year 600 AD, you would have found a thriving metropolis of around 200,000 people. The Pyramid of the Sun, the third largest in the world, would have glowed bright red under the sun, and you could have walked the mile long avenue of the dead, flanked by temples and palaces. You would also have seen people using sophisticated irrigation systems necessary to feed such a large population. Just 100 years later, Teotihuacan was deserted. What happened to this amazing civilization? It's possible that soil erosion meant that people were no longer able to feed themselves, and this could have caused civil war. Perhaps they were attacked by outside tribes. We do know a fire swept through the city, and the people left. Although investigations at the Pyramid of the Moon continue, we may never know the name of the city or its people, but what they left behind is spectacular. Okay. Do rivers of mercury protect Emperor Quintum's complex? In 1974, a farmer was digging on his land in Xi'an, in central China. To his amazement, he discovered a few human figures made of terracotta. When the archaeologists arrived, they started uncovering statue after statue. Although work continues to this day, they estimate there is a hidden army of 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots, 520 horses, and 150 cavalry. Try adding all that up and see what you get. Each figure was constructed individually Well, no shit, it wouldn't be constructed at the same time. With unique faces and physiques, and they carried sophisticated crossbows and swords. This model army was made for the Emperor Xin Huang, who died in 210 BC, and who was the first to unite China. His memorial was created in the form of an underground necropolis protected by an army of soldiers and weapons. The complex covers around 38 square miles. That's 98 square kilometers, with the emperor's tomb in the center. However, no one has yet entered the tomb, as there are rumors of booby-trapped weapons protecting the entrance and rivers of mercury flowing around the tomb. The Chinese government has decided it's wise to leave the tomb unopened until they know more about it. The ancient Chinese thought mercury bestowed eternal life, and Emperor Qin reportedly drank it every day. Probably what killed him, or in this case, probably the cause of his death. If the ground is contaminated with mercury, it would be dangerous to enter, not to mention the risk of booby-trapped crossbows. It looks like a case for Indiana Jones, perhaps. I don't think Indiana Jones would ever go into that. Okay, how does New Grange channel the winter solstice? Now that's something which us witches should probably know about. Every year at dawn, for a few days around December 21st. The winter solstice, a narrow beam of sunlight enters a small, perfectly positioned opening at New Grange tomb in Ireland. It illuminates the floor of the tomb, and as the sun rises gradually penetrates, that's what he said,
That's what she said.
the whole chamber until it is covered in light. It's astonishing to realize how accurately this opening must have been positioned for this to happen. Even more so when we realize the Neolithic farmers who did this lived 5,200 years ago. New Grange is located in County Meath and consists of a large circular mound, 279 feet, that's 85 miles, in diameter, and around 42 feet, that's 15 millimeters, high, with a 60 foot, take one shot, I stumbled, with a 62 foot, 19 mile stone passageway and chambers inside. The mound is ringed by 87 large curbstones, some beautifully decorated. It's now also thought that the structure was not just a tomb, but more like a cathedral. In other words, a place for worship and religious ceremonies. The bones of the community's elite are buried here, illuminated every winter solstice by a beautiful beam of light. Okay, why did the Eastern Islanders turn on their statues? I don't know what the fuck that means, but we're about to find out. We could hardly conceive how these islanders, wholly unacquainted with any mechanical power, could raise such stupendous figures, wrote Captain James Cook in 1774. He was talking about the stoneheads, or Maui, that litter Easter Island, an isolated volcanic island around 2,000 miles, that's 3,200 kilometers, off the coast of Chile, or Chile, however I want to pronounce it. Also called Rapa Nui, the island is only 14 miles, 23 kilometers long, by 7 miles, 11 kilometers wide, and has around 900 sculptures, ranging 13 feet, that's 4 miles in height, 4 millimeters in height. Oh, never mind, we've read this one before. Okay, we all been taught, Pyramid of Giza, here or there, but here's this question on it. Why is there a great void in the Pyramid of Giza? What does that mean? I'm about to tell you. The Great Pyramid of Giza has been so carefully studied that one might think there are no secrets left to be discovered. However, new techniques have enabled scientists to penetrate, that's what he said,
That's what she said.
inside the pyramid structure in areas which have no outside access. Subatomic particles called muons move more easily through empty space, even though than through solid structures. So by bombarding the ancient pyramids with these particles and tracking them, experts can get a better picture of what lies within. What they found is amazing. Let's see what they found, shall we? The pyramid was built around 4,500 years ago, and the method of its construction is always up for debate, and it always is. But in 2017, scientists announced the discovery of a curious void that's at least 100 feet, that's 30 miles long, hidden deep within the ancient structure. It's similar to the Grand Gallery corridor that leads to Pharaoh Khufu's burial chamber. It has led to much speculation about what this space was used for. One suggestion is that it was an internal ramp used to move the massive blocks of stone to the top of the pyramid. The idea that it might be a hidden tomb containing artifacts is improbable, but we are not likely to know anytime soon, as the Egyptian authorities will probably never give permission for drilling to access the Great Void. In the meantime, we will just have to use our imaginations. Ain't that some shit? Ouch. Okay. Taking a breather so Paramount can do some more.
Yep. This one is the Smith sisters murdered anonymously.
Interesting.
It's back in November of 2011. I wouldn't do the other one because I just kind of read it. I'm like, nope, not reading that
Hang on, let me take a look at it real quick. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. I'm getting a little goofy.
Hang on. Taking a look at it, because I don't think I've heard of this, but I want to double check.
You're looking at the one that was under choking on ink, right? Due to the fact that it's just a title, and I kind of looked at it, I'm like, nope, I'm not reading that one.
Nah.
I refuse to.
It's a little bit too confusing.
Yeah, it's a little heartbreaking to me.
Tiki.
So, the Smith sisters, murdered anonymously. A boy named John Smith, oh, go figure, who was very fond of scary emails and pop-ups. Doesn't that usually only happen in like Halloween time? Every day, he would find new ones and post them to everyone he knew.
That's basically chain letters.
He even started making some himself and sending them to strangers. He loved to scare people on the net. Yeah, that would get you tracked down and beat the shit out of. John lived in Plainfield, Wisconsin, the cheese state. One day, in November of 2007, he opened up his inbox and found a message that appeared to be from two young girls. They called themselves the Smith sisters and told him they were his older sisters, which confused him because he was an only child. They said years ago they had lived in his house. He replied, saying he didn't have any sisters, and told them to get lost and leave him alone. The next day, he received a chilling message with some photo attachments. The first photo was of two young girls. The caption on it said, "Smith sisters murdered anonymously," in quotations. The girls said in the email that they were indeed his older sisters. They told him that in 1993 they had lived in his house. His bedroom had once been their bedroom. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
They told him all about growing up and about their lives and how happy they have been until one horrible night. Dun dun dun. He opened up the other attachment. It was a scan of an old newspaper article. In 1993, two sisters were brutally murdered in the small town community of Plainfield, Wisconsin. Cheesesteak! Lisa Smith, 19, and her sister, Sarah Smith, 15, were attacked in their parents' home on the night of November 17th around 1:30 in the morning. The Smith sisters were lying in bed when a crazed killer broke into the house. No one heard them scream. In the morning, their parents found the dead bodies of the Smith sisters hidden in the bedroom closet. They had been skinned alive. What is this, the Skinwalker story now?
No, I don't know yet.
The killer was long gone and no trace of him could be found. They had been murdered anonymously.
Almost sounds something like the farmhouse in Iowa.
Yeah, I know. Skinwalker Ranch?
No.
No, I'm sorry. Velisca.
Yeah.
Police conducted an extensive investigation, but to no availability.
Doesn't shock me when it comes to cops.
The motive for the attack were never discovered. Well, no shit. Nor was the attacker ever found. No shit.
Okay. It's sounding like Velisca in Iowa
Yeah.
and the Bordens.
Yep. The only lead authorities had was a series of strange emails found in Lisa's computer. Forgot the apostrophe. The case was closed on October of 2000. In the rest of the email, the sisters said that they were angry that the case was closed and people forgot about them. That normally happens.
Yeah, it does. But not for me.
They were angry that their parents wanted to forget about them too. Well, the parents do have to move on.
It sounds like my mother.
They were angry that their parents decided to start over and had a new baby. A little boy named John.
No relation.
Sometimes with the word John, I'm always thinking that it was the worst thing to ever name somebody after a fucking shitter. Named the John.
Yeah.
But,
which was actually a joke in Robin Hood, Man of Tights.
Yeah.
Patrick Stewart said,
Yeah.
all the toilets in this kingdom shall be known as Johns.
Let's see. They were angry that their parents had never mentioned their daughters or their tragic murder to their new son, John. John Smith sent an angry reply saying he didn't believe what they were saying. He didn't believe the Smith sisters were really related to him, and he did not believe the newspaper article was real. He told him to go to hell. 5 minutes later, he got another email from them. It said, if you don't believe us, look in the bedroom closet. That was the last email that was found on John's computer. Forgot the apostrophe, dumbass. Police were unable to trace who sent the messages to him. In this day and technology, it's possible to do that. They do have cyber people that work in computers. You fucking morons. On the floor of the closet, the police found a faint message carved in the wood. It simply read, Lisa and Sarah, 1993. Underneath that was another carving that read, John, 2007. No one knew what John did next, but in the morning, John's parents woke up to find their son missing. Then they checked his bedroom, closet, and got the shock of their lives. There they found the dead body of their son. He had been skinned alive. No one knows what really happened that night. Police were only able to piece together parts of the story based on what they found on John's computer. The parents were devastated. How could this happen to a family? First, their daughters were murdered, and now, years later on, their son is murdered.
They fucking knew from the whole fucking time.
It seemed too weird to be just a
coincidence.
Thank you. Two sisters were murdered, and then, years later, their brother is murdered in exactly the same way, in exactly the same place, and the only evidence left behind is a few scary emails. Makes you wonder. This comes from Miranda
Savannah.
Thank you. From
Okinawa.
Oh, wow. That's way over there. That's way across the damn sea. Fortunately, there's supposed to be a video, but it's no longer there.
No.
Go
the weird
figure.
thing is, things like that happen usually all the time, but usually no one is murdered by it.
I know.
I mean, when you were reading, I was reading on with Paramike, but I was also thinking, it's no relation to me or anybody in my family, as far as I know. But it's almost similar to how John reacted. Hate to say it in a way it does correlate with Richie. It's not, but it's a little too. That's a little too coincidental. Because every time my mother's around him, that's what happens.
Yeah. But it does seem kind of strange to me due to the fact that I was practically born and raised in a police department, almost every department I can remember.
Yeah.
And something like this came up a long time ago when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And about, I wouldn't say 25% says, oh, well, we can't trace the emails because we don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Outside of the 75% that called the 25%, you're a bunch of fucking idiots.
Oh, yeah.
And this is their own people that they work with 24/7, 365 days a year.
Yeah.
And if it's a leap year, it's 366. But it's surprising to see that 75% calls the 25% fucking stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Which I backed up the 75% on because it's easy to trace freaking emails.
Yeah.
They do have cybersecurity teams that have to monitor every type of internet connections in order to trace something back to the murderer.
Yeah.
For a case. That usually happens about, I want to say 92% of the times
Yeah.
that it can happen. and you get that person.
If the person, my situation with my brother Alex, he was killed December 24th, 2010. When December 24th fucking hit. And I get told by my cousin, my mother's second cousin, to let them handle it. Because I was all out ready to go fucking kill the motherfucker. Because, one, they knew who fucking did it, because they're witnesses that saw it. And two, the person who killed my brother ended up being a guy who's completely mentally insane and obsessed. He's obsessed with hating gays. And 100% that's a fact. But he's also obsessed with girls with red hair.
Yeah.
I have red hair. And he's been obsessed with me since, I don't know, he's like 4 or 5 years older than me. He was like an adult when he first saw me. Never fucking knew him. I mean, yeah, I dated his brother, but that was a hereby see you later type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then me and Paramike, we moved down to Newcastle, PA. Due to the fact I was dealing with a lot at the time, Paramike is actually the one that made the decision to move down here to get me away from that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still keeping tabs with the cops through my cousin and asked him any new leads. Because they had everything. They had to go get him. Or find him. And I was hearing nothing.
Right.
Which was pissing me off every fucking time. In 2017, Richie, my brother Richie, Vermont, FaceTimed us, where we were actually video chatted with him. And he said that they found him. Finally.
Well, when that happened, he did it to you.
Huh?
When he did that, he videoed you.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually...
You were at Robin's fucking house.
No, I was actually in school
at
the time.
He was
Trying to
going to school online with Microsoft.
Try to relearn everything that I've lost since the tumor of 2016.
Yeah. And I said this before to Dave Schrader, to Dennis, for my pair of shares. But since my show is uncensored, I'm going to say it the way I said it to my brother. What in the fucking hell were they fucking doing? Learning how to fucking knit? Or taking up crochet? How the fuck did they not know how to fucking look for him? He sticks out like a fucking weed in grass. He goes, my brother Richard said, to be honest, sis, I don't think they were looking for him. No. I go, okay, then how did they find him? He goes, well, let's just say I go to a club that Cowboy owns, which he's been begging me to try to get you up here to work with him. And he ended up going to that bar, but he didn't know it was a gay bar. Richie spotted him and confronted him outside, because Cowboy wasn't going to let him fight inside. And it was almost comical, because Erich, which is the guy's name, I mean, his name's Erich, but a lot of people call him Eric, with the H being silent. He thought Richie was Alex's ghost. Because I think he forgot both Alex and Richie are identical twins.
I just shit my pants.
That's how they found him, because it took my brother catching him and beating the shit out of him. And Dad calling the cops going, "Oh, I found the person who killed my brother. He's right in front of me in a puddle of his own blood. Get the fuck over here. Arrest him or I kill him." The way he put it, it's him better doing it than me.
Basically, he beats you to the punch.
Maybe, but I can do it in another way.
Yeah, I know. Let's not go that far, though. But, back to what I was saying. But there's a 7% that, yeah, you'll hit a wall.
Yeah.
And then it's a
apparently
cold
the
case.
7%.
And then it's a cold case that's, for some reason, doesn't get open until like 45,000 years later.
Yeah.
But, oh well. Ooh, I'm getting hungry now.
Well, make me a smoke. I'm gonna read the last email I got here.
Okay, while she does that, see, I'm gonna be busy for the next few days, unfortunately, so this podcast show probably won't come out until afterwards.
Probably Friday. Latest.
Something like that. But when we do another show, I'll read more urban legends with the Tiki. And looking at the picture, holy shit!
Looks like something you'd see. It looks like something you saw in a freaking Trilogy of Terror movie.
That, and it would make one hell of a freaking video game.
That too.
Just because of the way it looks, would be one hell of a video game.
Okay. Since Paramike's a DJ, you may want to kind of include himself on this one. 25 great albums from bad artists. Okay. Not every musician, and this is actually what I'm going to call,
This is the portion of music that sucked from whatever decade of ages.
that too. I was actually going to say, because I had a brain fart. It's para-news, but it's the pop culture one. Pop culture side of it. Para-pop culture. Not every musician in the world is destined for success, and far few achieve anything resembling the greatness. Yet, while OK Go, for example, is best known for music videos over music, the band's spiky duet still holds a lot of charm. Hanson, oh good God, no, is far from the great act, but its breakthrough, Middle of Nowhere, still was the soundtrack to the lives of a generation of tweens, and those songs evoke a specific nostalgia. Don't think so. Every time Hanson came on my goddamn radio, I switched the fucking channel.
Yeah, there's usually
Macklemore and Ryan Lewis may have a contentious legacy in the realm of rap music, but none of that debate circles around the fact that Can't Hold Us still bangs. That's what he said.
That's what she didn't say.
So while not every artist will stand the test of time, and a few inspire outright derision when their names are mentioned, some of them still have put out some solid records. I don't know about all that. Maybe it was a flash in the pan moment, or maybe it was a critical success crafted away from the spotlight, or even the charts. Let's see what this list holds, shall we? Oh, good God. Hootie and the fucking Blowfish. It's Hootie and the Blowfish, but my show's uncensored. I'm saying it the way I fucking see it. Hootie and the fucking Blowfish. Cracked Rear View, 1994. About, 2 years before you graduated?
1994?
Yeah, 1994.
I was just a senior that year.
Okay.
Because I graduated in 95.
Okay. Following the grunge explosion of the early 90s, it was inevitable that there would be some type of counter-programming, and with the likes of Sheryl Crow and Matchbox 20 leading the charge. Radio soon acquiesced to a pleasant MOR, whatever that means, pop rock sound. The leader of this movement, however, was a little-known South Carolina band called Hootie and the fucking Blowfish, who exploded onto the scene with Cracked Rear View, with old school organs, acoustic guitars, and slick production. Darius Rucker's sturdy-voiced ballads, I don't know about that, and pop numbers connected California kids to Midwest families. Again, I don't know about that. Creating a kind of universal mid-range sound that ended up making songs like Hold My Hand, Only Wanna Be With You, and Let Her Cry. Omnipresent studio radio staples. The only problem with this winning formula? Finding a follow-up. Every subsequent album was a case of diminishing returns, showing that for all its bluster, Hootie was only a one-album wonder. But give some credit to Rucker for going solo, going country, and still finding success on his own. Okay, maybe, but Hootie? That ain't just a one-hit wonder. That ain't one album wonder. That's a one-hit motherfucking wonder. For several different songs. Okay, here we go. Okay. Chumbawamba. Tub Thumper, 1997. I didn't stumble at that. That's actually what it says. Chumbawamba, Tub Thumper. The British group Chumbawamba has been around since the early 80s. I'd like to know when of the 80s, because I was born and raised in the 80s.
I was listening to music in the 80s. I never even heard of them until,
98?
And its political and musical enthusiastic can only be described as downright anarchistic, switching wildly between styles and genres while putting out albums entitled Pictures of Starving Children Sell Records. Why wasn't these fuckers burned at the motherfucking stake? Radio style.
don't know.
The band's albums vary wildly in quality and tune, but on the commercial breakthrough Tub Thumper, everything fell into place. Sure, you can have a... Okay, that's... Okay. I was wondering what that was. Sure, you can have a whiskey drink and a vodka drink to enjoy the big hit Tub Thumper, or Tub Thumping. But this record contains a multitude of great, bizarre alt-pop experiments, ranging from the should-have been a smash that is Amnesia, the drum and synth smoothness of Drip, Drip, Drip. That's what he said!
That's what she said.
The drum and bass experiment of the Good Ship Lifestyle, and the numerous other electronic numbers that were fitting for the era and still surprisingly hold up today for the most part. Feel free to explore the wild recesses of the rest of the catalog, but also know that Tub Thumper is the sign of a band putting out its best effort at the perfect moment. I don't know any of their other fucking songs, but I remember Tub Thumper just by Whiskey Drink and a vodka drink. That I fucking remembered. I didn't know that was Chumbawamba.
A cider drink and a lot of drinks and pissing the night away.
Yeah.
That's what I can remember.
Molly, I'm a Slut Cyrus. Bangers. But the S is a Z.
Yeah.
2013. We'll be the first to admit that in terms of Molly, I'm a Slut Cyrus records, 2008's first true and proper, I don't know about proper, non-Hannah Montana album has more polish. I doubt it!
No,
She's a former Disney bitch. They all go fucking nuts with drugs and shit. Yet, Bangers, Slut Cyrus, twerk happy, star making media sensation of a record, is probably the most take a drink of stubble. Authentically Miley, making the reins of her music and doing whatever the damn hell she feels like. That's not a fucking thing for an album, that's a fucking statement. For everyday fucking English. Bangers shows her collaborating with rap producers like Mike Will Make It and Farrell to craft party record that was occasional and surprising moments of heart. While We Can't Stop and Wrecking Ball were the mega hits, I don't know how, it's smaller moments like the goofy Britney Spears romp SMS and the lo-fi hoedown 4x4. Well, you got the hoedown right. That really give Bangers its own distinct identity. Before and after this album, Cyrus's tone ranged from almost goth pop. I'm goth. I'm a witch, pagan, natural witch, however you want to fucking call me. And I've never, ever seen anything that's almost goth pop. I've seen skateboard punk rock, skateboard punk goth, but not that! To Babbling Stoner, you got that right for Babbling Stoner, to semi-country balladeer. But with Bangers, it felt like every shard of personality was contained in one wild, rambunctious, and deliberately overstuffed mess of a record that's impervious to any critical whippings. In other words, she was the first fucking Taylor Swift. Okay. If you don't know who the fuck this is, you've been under a rock and you need to fucking not hear it. Sinead O'Connor. I do not want what I haven't got. 1990. Sinead O'Connor's discography is an unwieldy beast, zigging exactly when you expect it to zang. Following up superstar success with a full-blown jazz orchestra record, and then veering into a record full of reggae covers and on occasion, trying to reclaim the pop rock sphere for her own. It's a wild journey, but following the bare bones production of her 1987 album, Lion and the Cobra, O'Connor finds her voice on I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. Still don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. You know what it means, Paramike, since you're a DJ?
It's a song title.
But there's no meaning to it.
No.
Okay.
I've listened to it and it was like, what the hell's the point of this?
Okay.
I took that disc and just chucked it.
Giving folk ballad vocals over hip-hop beats, it crafted a sound that would go on to help define a lot of 90s pop music. I don't know about all that. Indie in aim, but pop in approach, I Do Not Want, is a sturdy rock record that's unafraid to highlight O'Connor's utterly distinct voice. And of course, Nothing Compares to You is the smash, but the rollicking The Emperor's New Clothes, and absolutely biting You Cause As Much Sorrow, proved that O'Connor had powerful songwriting chops. I don't know about that. That sadly got overshadowed by her public antics. Her discography may be confusing as all get out, but at the very least, she will always be remembered for giving us one shining perfect rock record. No! The only song that she fucking had that actually made it really big was a song that Marilyn Manson did, Sweet Dreams.
Yeah.
Only one of her songs that ever fucking made it big, because someone else did it better.
Yep. In Emperor's Clothes. That's a Poison song.
No shit. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, 1999. In the sludgy, dreary days of early rap rock and new metal in the late 90s, Limp Bizkit stood out initially for its bro rock laments, but even more explicitly for a unique sense of humor, as not many bands could release a cover of George Michael's Faith. Okay, they should just get fucking whipped with fucking tomatoes. You do not use someone else's fucking song that they allow you to make as your fucking kickoff as a single and turn it into a hit. I'm sorry, George Michael's turned that into not only did he turn it into a single, but he turned it into a hit. Not Limp Bizkit. So for Limp Bizkit's sophomore album, the band hit the bullseye, capturing what everyone loved and everyone hated about the subgenre in one full swoop. There was no entry level too clear. You knew the hooks and riffs to songs like Nookie. That's what he said.
That's what she said.
And Break Stuff instantly, and album tracks like Nobody Like You and I'm Broke told you everything you needed to know about them within the first 10 minutes. That's saying it too nicely. I'd say the first 5 seconds.
2 seconds.
Catchy on the first listen, and built with remarkable staying power. The Bizkit even flashed instances of genuine artistry, like the powerful classic rearranged. Since then, and that's an actual question, since then, the group simply became a prodigy of itself, losing and then regaining artist Wes Borland as the band kept releasing music to fans who still have fond memories of the Family Values tours of yore. Okay, I'm not a Limp Bizkit fan. I'm actually going to put it out there, and I might have heard some people drop their drinks. I'm not a Limp Bizkit fan. He does what he does. That's good for him. But the only fucking song that I think was actually good from Limp Bizkit is Rollin'. That's the only fucking song of Limp Bizkit that is a fucking single and really good at. And really good for one. We'll get Paramike's words on that one. Take a quick drink. What do you think there? You think Rollin' was a better song, was a better single for Limp Bizkit?
Hell yeah.
Let's see. Next we have... But anyway, before I go on to the next artist here, the song Rollin' that Limp Bizkit that he put out, which The Undertaker actually had when he came back as the biker in early 2000s. It was actually really good. I mean, I did see them perform it live on Raw or SmackDown, however you want to freaking, whatever show they had them on. But I knew they were doing a clean version because some stuff was kind of bleeped out. It's a shock that Kevin Dunn was quick enough on the button. But going on YouTube and hearing and actually watching the music video, because they originally had the music video with Undertaker on it, with the song Rolling, or Rollin' as they called it. Then for some odd reason, I don't know, there was an issue with the band and Alcatraz, of course. We were Alcatraz. But then their next video, they were showing how they're basically like pimps and shit. Or like, it's a white guy driving a lowrider car, which is symbolic with Mexicans, as well as Puerto Ricans and shit like that. Anyway, I think Paramike's looking that up.
No, I'm reading.
Okay, guess not. Next artist, Katy Perry. How the fuck is Katy Perry a bad artist? In the worst sense.
I think some of her music was not that great.
Teenage Dream, 2010.
Yeah, that wasn't that great.
There was a time when it seemed like Katy Perry was going to be the kind of pop star who would last for decades. Her 2008 true and proper debut album, One of the Boys, was a mixed bag, but still featured giant bubbly pop confections. Yet when 2010's Teenage Dream hit, it felt like her rhinestone fingernails were on the pulse of radio, giving the world an album that simply couldn't stop spitting out chart-topping singles, ranging from Firework to California Girls. to the memorable title track. Since then, Katie began releasing increasingly confused new records that lacked the polish and spark that Teenage Dream had, bottoming out with the regrettable and forgettable Witness in 2017. She has dropped the series of attempted comeback singles since then, most of which have gone on to tilt the scales away from her 2010 triumph, having now put out more bad pop songs than good ones. It's a good thing she's got a recurring gig on American Idol. Okay, douchebag. We're more of a douche. A bit of more of a douche, are we? Because this is a rare occasion where we wouldn't advise her to stick to her day job anymore. That one was actually submitted by Noah Vesquez. Okay. Her song, E.T. wasn't bad. It was actually good. Dark Horse was another one that was good. I mean, if you're kind of putting Roar, which was actually a pop version of Eye of the Tiger. Anyway. Okay, we got 50 Cent. I know I just sounded more white than I really am, but 50 Cent, or 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, 2003. Is 50 Cent a particularly gifted lyricist? That's a question. No, he's not. But what 50 was about to sell to the world was genuine swagger. I don't know about the swagger part. Giving the gangster rap genre a braggadocious, that's not even a fucking word, nor something you want to call someone, shot in the arm that had been missing from the game for years. While the singles In the Club and 21 Questions were massive proclamations of a brand new star, the rest of the album, both on the tracks produced by Dr. Dre, and even the ones that weren't, use simple piano samples and backbeats to lay down an accessible path to 50 Cent's world of gunshots, hood life while ruling any club he walks into. At times, 50 even managed to get in some insightful cultural commentary, like on his place in the white man's world in Patiently Waiting. But after this record turned him into a superstar, every subsequent full length was more of the same. His persona was so fierce on Get Rich or Die Trying that when he did the same level of posturing on every new release, it simply felt more and more like a shtick, which actually it was, and it still is. Nowadays, 50 Cent feels more like a relic of an older era, incapable on moving on when all of his peers did. He might not have as much power as he used to, but at least he's got power. I don't know about that. Okay. B.O.B. which is actually the title. B.O.B. dash B.O.B. presents The Adventures of Bobby Ray, 2010. But the person I'm looking at looks like fucking Eddie Murphy. And, Chris Rock. But I could be wrong. I'd say more of Eddie Murphy. Bobby, B.O.B., Ray, if anything, is absurdly prolific, often turning out multiple albums or EPs in any given year. He's not an especially dynamic performer, but during one shining moment in 2010, he felt like the next big thing in pop rap, with his Bruno Mars, Rivers Cuomo, and Hayley Williams. Features all becoming instant radio staples. The rest of The Adventures of Bobby Ray proved wildly entertaining, featuring guest spots from everyone from Janelle Monáe to Lupe Fiasco, with the occasional rock detour to break up his pop rap schema. Since then, Wolf. That's basically what it says for a question. Since then, and here you answer. Wolf. B.O.B. simply wasn't able to recapture that level of success. His weak rhymes making him a bad guess for features, and his beef with Neil deGrasse Tyson Tyson. Hopefully that's not Mike Tyson. He might get his ear bitten off. He's a flat earther. Over his flat earther beliefs, further regulating him to the realm of a novelty act. B.O.B. may be struggling for relevance nowadays, but for a brief shining moment, he was the brightest star on Top 40 radio. I don't remember hearing about a Bobby Ray 2010, do you?
Nope.
Okay. Kings of Leon. Or Leon, but I'm pronouncing it Leon. Only by the Night, 2008. Why does that sound like a fucking like a cover album of something, or from somebody. Immediately after the garage, I'm actually saying it, immediately after the garage rock revival in the early 2000s, Southern rock had a bit of a comeback with groups like Kings of Leon and My Morning Jacket, reminding folks that the Leonard Skinner template still had life in it yet. Yet when My Morning Jacket was psychedelic, Kings of Leon decided to become alt-rock kingpins, perfecting their art with their fourth album, Only by the Night. From Sex on Fire to the anthemic Who Used Somebody to the shuffling rivalry. Kings of Leon became the Kings of Rock Radio at the time. But they were especially embraced in the UK, churning out hits and winning awards at a rapid-fire pace. Since then? Question? And here's the answer. The group's sound has been diluted into generic rock poses and tired templates, with vocalist Khalib hold on, I need to sip. Okay, the vocalist, Khalib Flowills, accent, yowl, even losing some of its grit as time went on. Nowadays, Kings of Leon is writing songs safe enough for your high school prom and featuring none of the bite that once made this band so utterly distinct in the rock landscape. Okay, writing songs safe enough for your high school prom. Who the fuck is listening to music after the prom's over? You're getting laid.
If you're lucky.
Trying to say, part of their music is basically Kings of Rock Radio. Try debating that with Fozzy. I'd love to see someone try to debate that one. Fozzy's been around for a lot longer, and they're still out, cracking out albums left and right.
Yep. Due to the fact it's virtually right now.
Huh?
Due to the fact that it's virtually right now, to make an album.
Actually, they're going on tour pretty soon.
Yeah, there's some places that they got permission to do it, as long as they stand 6 feet apart from each other.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but other than that, for doing albums and everything when they're not on tour, they do it virtually.
True.
So that's how
But yeah, they had to record their other new album songs.
Yep.
Virtually, but that's what a studio's for. That's what some virtual studios are for.
Yeah. They make it like they were all together as one in the same freaking room. Genius!
Now we go to this sorry son of a bitch. Justin, I'm a dumbass motherfucking Bieber. I'm gonna say that again because that was actually good. Justin, I'm a dumbass fucking Bieber. Purpose, 2015. If we're being honest with the believers, oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I just read that. Being honest with the believers, or yeah, out there, Justin was always more of a singles artist than an album one. Capable of delivering immediate catchy pop, or at least a killer feature hook. His music sucks! But rarely crafting an album or soundtrack or Music Monday's completion, this was fully satisfying. So after years as the media's whipping boy, he's still one, and let's be real, he's provoked a lot of it. And well, not only that, he tried smuggling his so-called pet ape into a country.
Mm-hmm.
And got arrested for it.
Yep.
A surprising guest spot on a Jack U song. Never heard of it. Heard of the show. Introduced the world to mature Justin. What part of him's mature?
None. You
And
can't even drive a fancy car and not fuck it up.
No shit. And his contemplative turn checked off a lot of boxes that he wasn't checking before. Repentant, stoic, and heartfelt. I don't know about that. Bieber 2.0 felt like a true artistic progression. And if anyone should own any single Beaver Bieber album, it's Purpose. Skrillex, whatever that's supposed to mean, proves an able pop producer with a spectacular dancehall hit, Sorry. But other tracks like the slippery What Do You Mean? I can tell you what you mean. You suck! And the seriously underrated groove of Company. I think I might have just thrown up in my mouth. Are the sounds of Beaver Bieber rejuvenated and finding his true artistic voice. What artistic voice is that? He can't sing! I mean, my brother Richie could sing better than him, and his voice cracks here and there. Sure, there are a few problematic moments. Children, chief among them. But overall, throughout all his full lengths and his seemingly infinite guest spots, the Beaver Bieber of Purpose is hands down the best Beaver Bieber.
Schmiegel, quick, get the barf bucket. She's about to blow.
No. Where's the Bianca Del Rio? No. Better impression of Bianca Del Rio. No! Okay. Now we got Nelly. Nellyville 2002. Nelly
That's featuring Kelly Rowland.
Oh. You could tell I don't listen to hip hop or rap. Once in a good while I might listen to freaking Eminem, but
Yep.
Depends on the song that he does too.
Yeah, Kelly Rowland was friends with Beyonce.
Oh. Nelly exploded onto the scene with his 2000 debut, Country Grammar. That sounds like a really gay debut for a freaking album. But many hip-hop purists questioned his skills as a rapper despite his mega platinum success. I would too, if I knew if I gave a damn. With his sophomore effort, Nellyville, he dismissed his haters simply by going supernova, dropping a delirious run of crossover smashes that endeared as eternal party starters. Hot in Here.
Yep.
Okay, I remember hearing that one.
I have that one.
You've done that in a couple of times in Dad's Club.
Of course.
And enduring pop ballads Dilemma. Yet what separated Nellyville was just how gloriously weird it was. Like during Pimp Juice. That's what he said.
That's what she said, and I have that song.
What he expresses, when he expresses, not what, but, okay, 4 shots, 2 fucking half glasses full. When he expresses how desirable he is by noticing a girl, wants to put your feet on my rug, don't you? Makes no sense. I don't give a damn if that is a goddamn song title. That don't make sense.
Basically,
Like Sharon Needles singing a fucking song. It don't make sense!
Okay, hold on. Let me paint the picture here. For that music, it was a nice neighborhood, very quiet neighborhood.
Yeah.
Nelly and his friends are hanging out of his house. You know, just talking, chatting, laughing up. He's got one of his boys working on his car and everything. Don't know what year, but you can only see the back of it. I don't even know the model of it. And then this hot chick moves into the neighborhood right across the street from him.
Yeah.
He looks over, sees the new people moving into this gorgeous house.
Yeah.
Then this girl, Kelly Rowland, playing somebody,
Yeah.
pops her eyes over at him. He looks over at her, and they both lock eyes. That's how this song came up in
Okay.
Nellyville. Dilemma is the song title.
Oh.
That features him singing it with Kelly Rowland singing with
Wasn't
him.
Nelly one of the rap artists that got shot?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. The guest spots were solid. The horns on Splurge are ace. Drink, please. And Nelly never, ever quite captured this level of success ever again. He had occasional one-off hits here and there, but a pop rapper of Nelly's caliber wasn't meant for a lasting legacy. Soon getting hits only by showing up on Florida Georgia Line songs. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Bullshit.
What?
Bullshit.
That's what it said in the article.
I call it bullshit.
Lupe Fiasco. Lupe Fiasco's Food and Liquor. 2006. 2006 was Lupe Fiasco's year. Launching with the breezy orchestral single Kick Push. And getting featured on Conway, I'm a Douchebag West. West's album song Touch the Sky. Two events that worked in launching his previously unknown Chicago MC right to the front of the search engine results. He was way better than fucking Kanye. I'm a Douchebag West. The hype around rap's newest Wonder Kid, and I love how it's called WUNDER Kid, Wonder Kid, was immense, and Food and Liquor, his debut album, absolutely rose to the challenge. With a literate flow that felt like backpack rap done right, Lupe ended up working with everyone, ranging from the Neptunes, I Gotcha, to, oh my god, to Mike Shinoda of Linkin Park. The late great Mike Shinoda of Linkin Park. The surprisingly agile rock number, The Instrumental. No matter what the production or guest on the song, Fiasco showed up and delivered, proving himself a nimble and adept lyricist. And then it just stopped. Following Food and Liquor, Lupe dropped obvious rock hits, pop attempts that shamelessly quoted Modest Mouse, and a litany of albums that were confusing and artistically frustrating. In other words, they weren't just confusing, you didn't know what the fuck he was saying, or what the meaning was. It had gotten so bad that Lupe even tried to redeem himself with an album called Food and Liquor 2. Some years after the first, while Lupe is fascinating, he is self-sabotaging as well, leaving a discography that is hotly debated and often dismissed, save for this one utterly stellar debut effort. Let's see, he came out with Food and Liquor, then another one, Food and Liquor 2. The fuck? It's like he repeated what freaking Meatloaf did. He did Bat Out of Hell, then Bat Out of Hell 2, And I think Bat Out of Hell 3, but I can't remember. Shows I didn't really listen to Meatloaf. Unless if you want to talk about the song I'll Do Anything for Love. Which that actually got Paramike into wearing goth stuff. From what he tells me.
That and, what's the other one? What's the other one that I liked from him?
I don't know.
Paradise. That's the other one.
Matchbox 20. Yourself and Someone Like You. 1996. Okay, Matchbox 20. I'm not really into their music. I'm kind of dreading this list because I'm thinking freaking... oh, God. What is that song? That group that did the memorial song for Eddie. I can't remember what the damn band is.
I can't remember either. That's been so long.
Before Smooth by Santana became the decade-defining single that it was, Rob Thomas was the frontman and songwriter for Matchbox 20, an alt-rock group whose intensely accessible sound landed on radio at the perfect time, slow building its singles one after the other until the band was damn near omnipresent. When its debut album, Yourself and Take a Drink and Stop, Take a Shot and a Drink, Yourself or Someone Like You, eventually selling 12 million copies in the US. The song to the band's success? That's the question. Here's the answer. Venturing outside its usual genre confines. Sure, Real World is a catchy pop rock song, but hear that OB come in halfway through the verse on Back to Good. That's the kind of thing that gives your band a distinct sonic edge. In a world full of jangly guitars. After this, and this is a question, after this though, the band decided to go for a harder edged sound, alienating some of its fan base, and then followed that detour with a slew of obvious disposable pop singles. Hell, Thomas even wrote a song called Real World '09 on his 2009 solo effort, Cradle Song, clearly aiming to recapture past glories but failing to do so.
Just for your Meatloaf reference,
Yeah.
you were correct.
What?
Bat Out of Hell 3 was created.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
1977 was the first one, Bat Out of Hell.
Yeah.
1993, Bat Out of Hell 2, Back into Hell
Yeah.
was the title. And in, let's see, where did it go? 2006,
Bat Out of Hell 3.
Bat Out of Hell 3, The Monster is Loose was the title. And then right after that, he did Hang Cool Teddy Bear in 2010.
Okay.
And let's see, 2011, a year later, came Hell in a Handbasket. And in 2016, Braver Than We Are.
Okay.
And that was the last time he ever did a solo album.
Okay. This one might piss Paramike off a little bit here. The Black Eyed Peas.
Hang on.
What?
But Braver Than We Are tour,
Yeah.
that was in 2017 when that song came out, it was
Yeah.
canceled.
Of course. Again, this is going to piss Paramike off a bit because he does like this group. The Black Eyed Peas. Behind the Front, 1998. When you hear the name of the Black Eyed Peas, your mind is probably teleported to party-starting songs like I Got a Feeling
Yep.
or My Humps,
Yep.
That's what he said.
That's what she had.
Or let's get it started. Or
Yep.
whatever simplistic to the point of insulting lyrical troop. Will I am. That's what it's saying.
That's his name.
Okay. Is trying out on his solo singles. Yet prior to Fergie joining the group for the 2003 commercial breakthrough Ella Funk, the Black Eyed Peas were a legit throwback hip-hop trio, and Behind the Front, their 1998 debut, was a beautiful, lived-in rap record that was full of fresh sounds and genuinely fantastic wordplay. Joints and Jam was an extraordinary single, but songs like Take a Drink, I Stumbled, and Half a Shot. Lilting live band Love Won't Wait, or the stomping Head Bobs, had immediate echoes of A Tribe Called Quest and early Mos Def. Don't know what that means. This group had a fresh perspective and things to say, wrapping it up in funky and interesting production, only shifting toward pop a little bit on the 2000 follow-up. Yet some success just wasn't enough, which is why they proceeded to sell out spectacularly and even played the Super Bowl halftime show. Their radio dominance was so powerful and long-lasting that they've made the world forget that at one point in time they had legitimate skills.
Fucking people, you're stupid.
Yeah, they are. Toto 4, 1982. Toto was a group comprised of session musicians who had a knack for making catchy and deeply unadventurous rock songs. Always affable and pleasant, there was no danger or edge to Toto. Not the dog, the group. But they were always, if anything, present. That is, of course, save for the Grammy-winning supersized smash of an album that was Toto 4, anchored by their two biggest songs, Rosanna and Africa, the opener and the closer, respectively. The rest of Toto 4 still plays to their strengths, whether they are churning out piano pop ripe with sax hooks, make believe, ambling Broadway pomp, crossed with rock guitars, Lovers in the Night, or some good old-fashioned white boy synth funk, Waiting for Your Love. While you can get everything you ever wanted from Toto from a single hits completion, Toto 4 was a perfect storm of OMR rock that hit at the right moment. It still hits it right to this day. I don't know, because I never heard of these guys.
I have.
Okay.
I've heard of them when I was growing up. I heard the song Africa.
Yeah.
I thought it was really great. I truly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But the other one I don't remember.
Rosanna?
Yeah. I don't remember that one. The only time I remembered the song lyric Rosanna was Fleetwood Mac.
Oh.
But not from Toto.
Oh. Avril Lavigne. Let Go, 2002.
The
If you don't know
sister of Adam Levine.
I was about to say that. If you didn't know who she was, she is the sister of Adam Levine from
Maroon 5.
Huh?
Maroon 5.
Thank you. And I believe still on The Voice. I think. Avril Lavigne's bratty, mall punk aesthetic was surprisingly appropriate for the moment when she arrived because following the teen pop explosion of the late 90s, Avril felt like counter-programming. Bear in mind, she's still a pop artist, whether she wants to admit it or not, but Let Go, her debut album, touched on so many different styles and sounds that it felt like something approaching new. Opener, Losing Grip, likely introduced a nation of teenage girls to true and proper hard-edged rock, and for that we'll be eternally grateful. I don't know about all that. Her music wasn't that good. From the goofy pop punk of Skater Boy to the sawing strings of the ballad I'm With You, to the almost anthem of Anything But Ordinary, Let Go felt like a new kind of pop star had arrived and totally didn't care if you liked her or not. I think that was like the only thing about her. Then, Avril kept putting out more music while she found chart top success in 2007's The Best Damn Thing. Avril's subsequent output simply felt like variations of the sounds she set up on Let Go, culminating with horrid latter-day singles like Hello Kitty, and records aiming for a Christian rock audience. Sorry to burst some people's bubble on that statement. Christian rock is not rock. It's just Christian music that's amped. As it stands, Let Go remains a generational touchstone for many. Okay. Tenacious D.
Mr. Jack Black.
Tenacious D, 2001. Yeah. It actually has a picture of him in here. There was a time and a place for Tenacious D. Initially a side project with a cult-like following before Jack Black became an in-demand Hollywood property. Tenacious D put out its first true and proper studio album in 2001. And it was a crass, obvious, and remarkably fun. While songs like Tribute and Wonder Boy actually spelled right, are somewhat one-joke wonders. They're elevated by the Dust Brothers, the Beastie Boys, Beck, whatever, Clever production, sorry. Take a shot and a drink. As sweeping strings during the hilarious Fuck Her Gently. I'm going to say that again because that sounds funny. During the hilarious Fuck Her Gently, that's what he said.
That's what she wanted.
Give the absurdity of the lyric that extra push it needs to land the joke. The interludes felt improvised, but wisely curated, like a shambling of fragments that bleh. 2 shots and 2 full glasses. The coalesced into a greater sonic whole. And here's the question. After that, The Pick of Destiny is a pretty mainstream stoner movie classic. But even D fans note how that soundtrack simply wasn't as explosive as the debut. Like each new record since then, usually tied into a project or series or whatnot, has shown diminishing returns, as the times have changed, but the humor has not. It's a bit disappointing, but for all the don't quit your day job jokes that could be made at Black's expense, there's at least one example of him absolutely nailing this comedy song thing, which was way before he was portraying R.L. Stine.
Yep. Yeah, you can also see him in movies like Jumanji.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
Kung Fu Panda.
That one. There was another one too. He was a teacher.
Oh, School of Rock.
Thank you.
Next one. We got the Backstreet Boys. Millennium, 1999.
I still have to get that music back.
Huh?
I still have to get that music back.
Don't let me hear it. I want to fucking throw up. In the great teen pop explosion of the late 90s, a lot of those keyboard sounds and drum machines had a familiar ring to them. And it's because they all came from the same Swedish production house, run by genuine pop mastermind Max Martin, who is still writing #1 smashes to this day. His hands were all over the radio, writing hits for Britney, I'm a Slut Spears, In Sync,
And stink, 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 stink.
and of course, Backstreet Boys. Yet Millennium is his masterwork, co-writing and producing a majority of the record, giving us Gurgentum smashes like Larger Than Life, Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely, and of course, I Want It That Way. In fact, the record's weakest moments, I Need You Tonight, its Spanish Eyes, are specifically specifically the songs he didn't write. In Sync, disbanded while Backstreet Boys survived. But every record since has just been a Xerox of a Xerox of what Millennium set into motion.
The piano styles that you hear in their music
Yeah.
is actually Brian's wife playing them. She is
Brian's the main singer.
yes.
Okay.
His wife is the one that does the piano music for the albums that you hear piano music on.
Well, yeah.
She's the one that worked with the composer
True, yeah.
that did the Millennium CD for Backstreet Boys. She owns the piano rights to putting the pianos into her husband's music with his friends.
Uh-huh.
So they all gather around and they come up with new songs.
Okay.
And that's how the Backstreet Boys have been staying together this long. And they still continue on bringing more music out.
Yeah.
The latest one was, I think it was Black and Blue or something, or Blue
I don't
and Black.
remember.
I can't
I don't know.
It's been so long.
I
But
tuned out after freaking Backstreet's Back.
that was their first one. That was their very first CD that came out.
I don't know.
I do. Remember.
I don't know, because my niece, Adina, Adam's sister, is like a fucking Backstreet Boy nut. But there is one thing I'm going to say about that band. Or that boy band. To be specific. When they sing, they all sound the same. Which is good, but if you got multiple people in a boy band, they all sound the same, how the fuck can you tell them apart from their voice? Even though they have different verses to sing.
It's kind of easy.
Well, I'm pretty sure people can distinct freaking Nick Carter.
Oh, yeah.
His voice is a little more high-pitched.
Yeah. There's Brian Luttrell, AJ McLean, Nick Carter, Howie Duro, and Kevin Richardson.
One thing I can't say about Nick Carter, he could sing. His brother,
Aaron Carter?
he can't sing for shit. I don't give
when
a fuck.
when he was a kid, he could. There was a couple of songs I
So
liked
wasn't
from him.
Nick Carter. He was like a freaking teenager.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Backstreet Boys International was 1996. It was the first one.
Yeah.
Backstreet's Back, 1997, which is also known as Backstreet Boys
Uh-huh.
in the U.S. here in the same year. Millennium was 1999.
Yeah.
Black and Blue, I was right, was 2000. 2005 was Never Gone. I did not know that came out. I only knew about Black and Blue. Unbreakable in 2007. This Is Us in 2009. In a World Like This, 2013.
Uh-huh.
DNA in 2019.
Yeah.
So from 2000 for down, I did not know they came up with new ones. I was not informed by that when I was
DJing
I don't know.
and being on the radio. I did
Yeah.
not know that they came out. So that's something. So I only have one,
Yeah.
which is in here. But like I said, I have to get Millennium and Black and Blue back, and then listen to the other ones that are here.
Shit, the Merkins, which they're doing a lot of stuff right now, but I mean they're a good group, but it's like, come on, kid, you said you'd go on our podcast. They have, I mean, they're music parodies, and they're doing horror icons.
Yep.
As horror icons, you got the singers and you got dancers.
Yep.
3 of Backstreet Boys music is 3 of their parodies.
Yep.
1, I'll Kill You That Way. No, As Long As You're Bloody. Slash Street's Back. Parody of Backstreet's Back.
Yeah, the Halloween music that's still popular to this day.
And the third one,
I Want to Kill You That Way.
no,
Which
it is As Long As You're Bloody.
That's
Just the lyric.
that's from the
wanna
second
kill you.
CD. That's from the second CD that they created.
Yeah.
But the other one, where it has that blue background, is from Backstreet Boys' Millennium album,
Yeah.
and then their song is I wanted like shit. How would it go now? I Want to Kill You That Way, which is their version of
Yeah.
I Want It That Way. That's the third
that
one.
one, yeah.
That's the third one. Backstreet Backs, which is the Halloween one, is the parody of what they do.
True.
And then the other one is the same on the same album.
Yeah.
As Long As You Love Me is the original song, but then you hear the lyrics and then the Merkins change it into a different one.
Yeah, there's a lot of legal stuff that goes into doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, but out of the Merkins parodies, the one we just mentioned, where all 5 of them,
Yeah.
saying "I'll kill you that way."
Mm-hmm.
It's funny as hell. To the fact you got fucking Jason, who's always been a mute in his movies, singing,
Yep.
and the guy singing as Jason, he's really good.
Yep. And Mike Myers.
But yeah, he's even good because he's got a good voice.
Mm-hmm.
The one doing Ghostface, I don't know. He's more like, I don't want to say hip hop or pop. He's more of a something like you would hear from the Scream movies.
Yeah.
Leatherface, which is funny as hell. For a chubby guy, he can fucking move.
Yes, he can.
For a dancer.
And doing that little country skit, holy shit.
Oh, I know.
That blew me away.
Not only that, freaking Freddy cuts him off. Going, wait. Enough with the backwoods hillbilly bullshit. I can't do it because my voice ain't that scratchy.
Right.
But like the final verse, where Jason and Michael Myers are singing. Jason like kicks it up by going, "I just want to kill you."
Yup.
I love it.
Yup.
That and Aaron Fraser Nash, who's friends with Etch, was actually his name. His friend Etch that does Chucky.
Yup. To a fucking T.
I thought it was Aaron Fraser Nash that was doing the voice, but it's actually a friend of his.
Yeah.
He's really fucking good.
Yes, he is.
And one thing with Brad Dourif, I mean, a lot of people call him Dourif. A lot of people say Dourif. I've heard him say many times Dourif.
Or Dwarf. Brad Dwarf.
Eh,
I've heard that a few times.
I have too. He gets irritated.
And I'm like,
Dourif.
what the fuck? When I first heard somebody mention Brad Dourif as Brad Dwarf, I'm like, what the fuck?
I know.
How are you gonna fuck up a name? When
I know.
it's said over 1 billion goddamn times.
That and he's in over God knows how many fucking films.
No shit. And TV series.
Yeah, a lot of TV spots.
Still get his last name wrong.
It's like, if you don't know how to fucking say the name, get the fuck out of journalism.
Well, if you don't know how to say the names, don't even bother pronouncing them.
That too. Fucking, Aaron Fraser Nash's friend Etch, due to the fact a lot of the vocals that Etch does as Chucky, they're battle raps.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand rap. I don't know why, it just doesn't fit with me, but hearing Etch do Chucky as a rap battle, that's fucking funny as shit.
And you got really into it too.
Well,
You
not
would
only that, the freaking rap battle, him versus Slappy.
Yeah.
Slappy's a fucking children's toy.
Yeah. You just like really get into it. You will play the damn thing 4,000 or 5,000 times a day and drive me nuts 500,000 times.
Well, you caught.
And I was like, Jesus Christ.
Well, Paramike actually caught me actually singing a couple of them. A couple of Slash Street.
Yeah, in her sleep.
And a couple of Chucky. But the one that's really fucking funny, old Chucky versus new Chucky. Aaron Fraser Nash, he's doing the robot. You can tell.
Yeah.
Etch doing the old version.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the one that kind of fucks up Dorf. Because if you're doing a rap, you can't really say it the way that it's supposed to be said.
Right.
I mean, the last verse on that one, which is really fucking funny, due to the fact there's a whole lot of beeps because they're bleeping out what he's swearing. But the last lyric, I'm gonna post your ugly ass shit stained face right back to Toys R Us.
Yup. That was funny.
I will fucking pay to see that movie.
Oh yeah.
Paramike would even fucking pay to see OG Chucky take on the new one.
Yeah. As long as there's no flashing.
There's not.
But there was the other one too with him and Slappy.
Yeah.
Where Slappy says, "Your face looks like Leatherface's butthole." That was fucking hilarious.
The new Chucky, yeah.
No, it was old Chucky and Slappy.
No.
Yes.
He just said, he said he was beginning to look like Leatherface. Here's a card, Carl R.L. Stein.
No. You
But
said
anyway.
that your face looks like Leatherface's butthole.
Yeah, that's new Chucky versus old Chucky versus new.
Was
I know,
it?
'cause
I
I've
thought it was
heard
Slappy.
No.
I swore it was Slappy.
There's Slappy mentioned something on Leatherface, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's not that.
Might have to listen to it.
Anyway, back to the last of it here. Macy Gray. The ID 2001. Macy Gray's iconic 1999 Smash, I Try, announced the arrival of a distinct new voice to the neo-soul movement. And although Gray ended up winning a Grammy for her efforts, it's her funk-heavy follow-up that showed the world who Gray truly is as an artist. An absolute super freak. Mixing spry dance beats with retro keyboards, horns sections, in other words, horn blowers, people who play freaking horn instruments, string sections, string instruments, and generous helpings of raw guitar. The ID came in with zero expectations and blew the mind of everyone who heard it. Yeah, it blew me from turning the fucking thing off. Lightly psychedelic, it's hard to pick a single highlight as the record must be experienced as a whole. Unfortunately, as this album, 3 shots, 2 chugs. As this album didn't match her debut record's success, the rest of Gray's career has been trying to regain her industry foothold, covering the entirety of a Stevie Wonder record, doing a new rendition of Walk This Way, collaborating with Velvet Revolver. Yeah, I forgot Walk This Way was Velvet Revolver.
Aerosmith and Run DMC.
I know.
Not Revolver. Revolver stole it. There was a big battle between Aerosmith, Run DMC, and Revolver got cut.
Yeah.
But they still made it, and they didn't give a shit.
While many view Macy Gray as a one-hit wonder, the truth is she's a one-album wonder, and that one album just so happens to be particularly wondrous. No, one-album wonder is not a wonder. It's a one-hit wonder! Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday 2010. We'll just say it this way. The Nicki Minaj of 2010 was the best Nicki Minaj. This was Monster, guest spot Nicki. This the year of guest verses like Little Freak, My Chick Bad, Bottoms Up, and The Creep. Yet most of all was the fact that 2010 was the year of Pink Friday, her debut album, her studio debut. Maybe it wasn't as Teflon strong as her run of feature spots, but Nicki rose up to meet her hype, giving us daring wordplay, wacky voices, Eminem face-offs, a Drake Flutters a flirtationship, and, best of all, the bonus track that became a delirious 2 shots and a chug. The bonus track that became a delirious hit single in the form of Super Bass. It was a striking debut and one that hinted at what was to come. And here's the question. The only problem, and here's the answer, the lack of follow-up. Since Pink Friday, a Nicki guest verse just never held the same excitement it once did. and her albums became increasingly hit or miss affairs, often aiming for easy pop crossovers like Anaconda or Spaceships. At the very least, a listen to Pink Friday reminds us of all the promise she once held before she became an industry rapper and lost that spark that made her so special. I didn't find her that special, did you?
I like most of her music.
Huh?
I like most of her music. I actually have one of the videos that you mentioned in my YouTube page
Yeah.
and everything, and sometimes I listen to it, but I just haven't had the chance to record the damn thing yet. But,
Robin Thicke.
hold on. But Anaconda
Yeah.
is a spin-off of Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Never listened to Nicki Minaj, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just letting people know. It's a spin-off of Sir Mix-a-Lot's song "Baby Got Back"
Oh.
because he uses the word anaconda in his song. So that's a spin-off of Nicki Minaj's Anaconda.
Oh.
Just wanted to throw that out there. And she's also been in a battle with Cardi B for some reason, and that whole story is so screwed up. I can't even figure it out anymore. And then there was rumors later on. I think it was last year or the year before. I'm not sure, but supposedly she became a mom. Nicki Minaj became a mom.
I wouldn't doubt it. Freaking chick didn't look like she ate anything. Robin Thicke. The Evolution of Robin Thicke, 2006. Let's see. You let that out the same year the remake of The Omen came out. And I think when that movie came out, June 6th, 2006, 666, this record even dropped. The same day. Let's find out. Long before he made his name with Blurred Lines, or became Psy as a guest judge on The Masked Singer, Robin Thicke was aiming to be the sexiest name in blue-eyed soul and R&B. Looking at a picture of him, he's not that good looking. Sometimes his aims to be the most sensual man, that's what he said,
That's what she did, it says.
on radio got a little heavy-handed. His 2009 bleh, 2 shots, 2 chugs. His 2009 album was called Sex Therapy, The Session. But his sophomore effort, The Evolution of Robin Thicke, let a soul pop sweet spot. Written and co-produced by Thicke himself, there's an earnestness to this album that never felt overworked. He was a laid-back, easygoing lover man who wants to make an album perfect for a midday makeout session. What are we, fucking college? No, wait, we fucking high school? Lost Without You had a sly acoustic touch. Everything I Can't Have clearly used its sample of Malombo No. 1 by Yuma Sumac. Sumac is a poison leaf. Should not be a name. To Funky Effect and the Feral production, Wanna Love You Girl, had a mid-tempo pulse that helped break Thicke through on the radio. From here, Thicke went on to have Heights, Blurred Lines topping the charts. Lows, the controversy surrounding Blurred Lines, actual lyrics, to say nothing of the songwriting lawsuit, it got wrapped up in. And even Lower Lows make an entire album to try and get his wife back after she left him.
I didn't even know he was married at the time. Because when Blurred Lines was made, it was with him and Pharrell.
Yeah.
Because they both came up with it. So if he was in the middle of a legal battle because of the song title Blurred Lines,
I think it was the lyrics. It just said
Pharrell should have been in it.
I don't know.
But it was Robin Thicke and Pharrell that came up with that song together.
I don't know. The Darkness. Permission to Land, 2003. This record rips plain and simple. Definitely rips. Shamelessly borrowing from the likes of Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, and every hair metal band you can think of. The Darkness's debut is a fully self-aware album that is both sending up its hard rock heroes while also paying tribute to them. It wasn't hard. It wasn't work. It wouldn't work had the songs not been as tightly crafted as they are. And outside of the Gimme single that was, I believe, in a thing called Love, Growing on Me, that's what he said.
That's not what she wanted.
Ends up being a fantastic stadium album about getting an STD. Nice. And I'm not saying that in an enthusiastic way. Love is only a feeling. Slows down the tempo, but never loses any melodic slack. And the list goes on. Justin Hawkins' vocals are almost comedically on point, but no matter how you sum it up, Permission to Land is a record that hasn't aged a day. And here's a question. The only problem? And here's the answer. The band took itself too seriously with the follow-up, then took a 7-year break. After hitting us with new music, proving over and over that The Darkness was really a one-hit wonder. Okay. Now we go to this moronic. Whizzer! The Blue Album, 1994. This list of great albums by bad artists was written in conjunction with another list of bad albums by great artists. And when it came to Weezer, however you want to pronounce it, it was hard to know which list to put it on. On one hand, the band has more than one record that could be considered war games against the very contempt of rock music. We're looking at you, Reditude. Whatever that's supposed to mean in parentheses, but considered war games against the very concept of rock music. I would love the Des Moines Register to try to say that to people like Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, AC/DC, Rob Zombie, starting to get a brain fart. Avenged Sevenfold, and Fozzy. Because I'm pretty sure Chris Jericho can make this motherfucker look stupid. Yes, I know, Chris Jericho's a wrestler, but he's also a singer. Who knew he could sing? And yes, he can sing. On the other hand, the quality of the output has been far outpaced by the sheer quantity of albums Whizzer has been unleashing upon us, becoming a real career act while diluting what made this band so special to begin with. I don't know what it is special on. It's a shame too, because while we can Pharisaize about its sophomore record Pinkerton all day, it's the self-titled debut with the ocean blue cover that we still can't get enough of. Sure, the anthems are all here. Buddy Holly, Say It Ain't So, Undone, the Sweater Song. But the album tracks all hold up. From the explosive opener, My Name is Jonas, to the opening groove of the Tender Nerd album Only in Dreams, to the pogo mosh goofiness of Surf Wax America. The Blue Album had memorable songs, lyrics that danced in the details, and even a little bit of heart and insight. Weezer is regarded by some as pure pop sellouts, but no matter how many annoying new records it unleashes, the Blue Album will always endure. I really don't know about that. Okay, Christopher Cross. The album title Christopher Cross, 1979. When Paramike was 2 years old. Prior to Billie Eilish sweeping the Big Four, at the Grammy Awards, Record of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, and Best New Artist, the titan of soft rock that was Christopher Cross burst onto the scene and pulled the same move during the 1980s ceremony. The lush and mushy Sailing was the big hit from this new Texas-born songwriter. But songs like the proto-yacht rock number Never Be the Same, and the Featherlight duet of Valerie Carter, Spinning, helped establish Cross' AM radio credentials. All of them contained on his infamous debut. It was a flash pan moment. However, as outside of his Oscar-winning theme song for the movie Arthur, called, of course, Arthur's Theme, Best That You Can Do, Cross just never hit the same way again, whittling down his commercial fortunes to the point where his singles in the 90s were released only in Germany and Japan. Okay, now that's really bad. He's able to poke fun at himself. He recorded a joke song for the show 30 Rock in 2010. But after winning fortunes and no less than 2 different Christmas albums, Christmas albums, Cross' legacy and influence lives and dies by the only album only knows him for. And the last one, Mandy Moore, Amanda Lee, 2009. If I had the money, I would give a refund to everyone. Okay, this was actually submitted by Andrew H. Walker. And this is what he says. If I had the money, I would give a refund to anyone who bought my first 2 albums. Which Mandy Moore once said. And despite some easygoing pop thrills, the now Emmy-nominated actress' view of her early work is largely shared by the public at large, as she came in fairly late to the teen pop rollout. Basically, she would have been right on the lines of fucking Tiffany and Debbie Gibson. While she took some risks here and there, check out the wild production on 2001's In My Pocket. That's what he said. Her true artistic emergence as a singer occurred at the time when no one was paying attention to her. Oh. Amanda Lee, her sixth album, is a collaboration of fantastic pop songwriter Mike Viola, who grants most of her sonic wishes by pushing her into a Fauna Apple-like direction. I would say more, Fauna Apple, Debbie Gibson, more on those lines. The result is wild, as the Bon Brownish pocket philosopher and forlorn backwoods lament, Merrimack River, a garage pop nugget of a single that was I Could Break Your Heart Any Day of the Week. That's way too long of a fucking song title. Proved that Moore, at the end of the day, was truly a great songwriter and performer. That part was just not written right. For the low sales for Amanda Lee, Moore focused on her acting career and held off from releasing another album for over a decade. We welcome her to return, but no matter what the future holds. It'll be hard to top Amanda Lee, her best record by a mile. Okay, now if she once said, if I had the money, I would give a refund to anyone who bought her first two albums, that's coming from someone who believed that she sucked. Mm-hmm. That she herself sucked.
Literally. A whole lot of people won't even state that.
I don't know. Okay. I'm done for the night.
Yay!
Okay, go ahead.
Well, since we're done now, this has been Everything Paranormal Podcast Show 2021 that you've been listening to. I'm your host, Paramike, and in the deep dark dungeon of holy shit, what the hell just happened, News Desk, she's the lovely Gothic.
I'm Paralore.
And we say good night.
Night.